Let us pray.
In the name of God, who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. In the grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the love of God, fellowship of the Holy Spirit, with us all, now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motions will pass in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. National Savings and Development Bonds Act, resolution of Parliament to raise funds by the issue of savings bonds. Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to establish the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund. I beg to announce that His Excellency, the Acting Governor, following bills: credit reporting, registration of supervised entities, anti-terrorism amendment, mutual assistance in criminal matters amendment, extradition amendment, appropriation 2023-2024. It is with deep regret and sorrow that I inform you of the passing of the following: Mr. Ira Duvain, former Member of Parliament and Minister for Agricultural Lands, Fisheries and Forestry; Mrs. Bernadette George, Chief Protocol Officer in the Department of External Affairs; and Mr. Winston Springer, Senior, former employee for the Government Information Service. Mr. Ira Duvain served as a parliamentary representative for the constituency of Ancillary Canneries from 1982 to 1987, and again from 1992 to 1997. He was 91 years old. Winston Springer Sr., who was a member of the Media Fraternity of St. Lucia, passed away on Tuesday, 23rd May, 2023. Mr. Springer was a former general manager of the state-owned Radio St. Lucia. The funeral service will be held on Friday, 16th June, 2023 at the Minor Basilica of the Immaculate Conception from 2 p.m. Mrs. Bernadette George passed away in the United States of America. She has been known to train many protocol officers during her tenure at the Department of External, or formerly known as Foreign Affairs. Senators, please join me in extending sincere condolences to the family members, friends, colleagues, and loved ones of the late Mrs. George, Mr. Springer Sr., and Mr. Duvain. We wish them strength and God's guidance. I ask you now to rise with me for a moment of silence as we honor the memory of our fallen sons and daughter who have served St. Lucia very well. Thank you, Senators. I'd like also to inform Senators that June 30th is observed as International Day of Parliamentarianism. We at the Parliament in St. Lucia will be commemorating that day for the very first time. We shall inform you of our planned events very soon. I would like to remind Senators of our Women's Parliamentary Caucus, which was established on 29 December 2021, and a subsequent meeting was held on the 10th February 2022 with only the current parliamentarians attending. It has been a year and 3 months of inactivity, and therefore we are planning a meeting for the way forward for the St. Lucia Women Parliamentary Caucus, WPC, and this will include the almost 35 female MPs, current and past. The date of the meeting will be communicated to all women parliamentarians, past and current, and your packages will be delivered in preparation for this next step. Some of the objectives of Women Parliamentary Caucus that would include to promote women's descriptive and substantive representation, to serve to ensure that gender equality issues are mainstreamed into legislative and policy processes, and legislative agendas through cross-party cooperation, facilitate dialogue within and across parties, and to provide training and support to the members, as well as information and analysis. The caucus, when formalized with the almost 35 women parliamentarians, will decide whether they will allow our colleagues, our male colleagues, to be part of the caucus. On Wednesday, June 14, 2023, the Parliament of St. Lucia will be facilitating a select committee workshop in collaboration with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK branch. I'm sure, Senators, you have received correspondence to that effect, asking you to save the date. The aim of the workshop is to encourage the effective running of all parliamentary select committees. Again, I remind you, June 14th, that's a Wednesday. The workshop starts at 10 a.m. Senators are asked to make every effort to attend and at least to be on time. The facilitators are coming, joining us virtually from the UK, and it will be a little later in their time. They're part of the world, and so they will be on from 9:30. So if we are on time, it will show that level of commitment and respect for their time. We appreciate them taking time to help us with this workshop. I would like to inform Senators of the Parliament's new Facebook page, the Office of the Parliament of St. Lucia. I want to invite you to follow us for regular updates. I also should let you know that Parliament's website will be up and running table. Would appreciate your support and your guidance in this regard. Ministers, papers to be laid. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Madam President, before I proceed with the papers to be laid, I want to join you in expressing condolences to the families of the deceased, Mr. Ira Dovey, Mrs. Bernadette George, and Mr. Winston Springer Sr. And as we know, these are Mr. Dovey, former Minister for Agriculture, long servant of the state, Mrs. George, her work as Chief Protocol Officer, and outstanding she was, as well as Mr. Springer Sr., who I recall at, I think, the last sitting before that I was here, was sitting right here. So these are three outstanding citizens, three outstanding states, men and women, who have given outstanding service to our country, and I think it is proper that we do acknowledge them and wish their families our sincerest condolences and strength during their time of mourning. So, Madam President, I now ask that the following papers be laid in my name, standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 38 of 2023, Fiscal Incentives, Amazonas CMOS Corporation Order. Statutory Instrument Number 39 of 2023, Registration of Supervised Entities Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 40 of 2023, St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority, Airport Tariff Amendment Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 41 of 2023, St. Lucia Parliament, Proclamation Proroguing Parliament. Statutory Instrument Number 42 of 2023, St. Lucia Parliament, Appointment of Session of Parliament. Statutory Instrument Number Statutory Instrument Number 44 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Malabar Beach Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 45 of 2023, Price Control Amendment Number 6 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 46 of 2023, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 6 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 48 of 2023, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, La Ressource Vieux-Fort Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument Number 49 of 2023, Price Control Amendment Number 7 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 50 of 2023, Excise Tax Amendment Number 1, Amendment Schedule 1, Number 7 Order. And Statutory Instrument, that is now followed by St. Lucia Bureau of Standards 2019 to 2020 Annual Report.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 22(1) of the Public Finance Management Act. Make sure I have this correct here. Whereas it is provided under Section 3 of the National Savings and Development Bonds Act, Cap 1525, the Act, that the authority of a resolution of Parliament, the Minister responsible for finance may raise by the issue of saving bonds inside and outside of St. Lucia money up to the amount of EC 2,400,000,000 for financing such capital or other expenditure and for such debt refinancing as he or she determines. And whereas it is further provided under Section 4 of the Act that the bonds shall be issued in such form or on such terms and conditions as the Minister of Finance responsible for finance directs, and whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement a maximum interest rate of 7% per annum, A, the amount of EC 32,100,000 for financing the 2023-2024 budget, B, the amount of 433,500,000 for the refinancing existing debts. Be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement a maximum interest rate of 7% per annum, A, the amount of 32,100,000 for financing the 2023-2024 budget, B, the amount of 433,500,000 for refinancing existing debts. Yeah, that's it. So, Madam President, I will proceed with some further explanation on this motion. First of all, Madam President, I wish to establish that our government, upon assuming office, did indicate that we will try our very best to, when it is necessary to borrow, try to use more longer-term instruments rather than short-term instruments, and in such case, that gives us a little bit of leverage and a little bit more flexibility in terms of managing our debt. The 435 million, really, Madam President, is instruments that are maturing, and that will be requiring parliamentary approval for refinancing our existing debts. And speaking of existing debts, I think, Madam President, all of us in this chamber are fully aware of the reason why our debt portfolio is what it is, or what we found in about a year and a half ago. The issuance of saving bonds to raise funds for financing existing debt, Madam President, is a method that governments have used before, and we understand why it is so. Of that amount, Madam President, it is important that we note that only 32.1 million is actually new borrowing to finance the budget. So that is very important for us to establish. While we establish the total amount that will be required, but for this particular case, it is 32.1 million that is actually new borrowing to finance the budget, and the maximum interest rate, as was stated, of 7%. Now, Madam President, I did state in my opening statement that we prefer to go for the longer-term instruments on the regional securities market, and that is consistent with our policy as a government. So the Treasury bills converted would be a preferred, a short-term instrument such as, Treasury bills would not be preferred to a longer-term instrument such as the bonds that we're referring to. It is better if we can convert all of our Treasury bills into bonds. It would be in our best interest if we could do that, but there are times that it may not be the case. Madam President, we are confident that these bonds that we're issuing will be picked up on the RSS, and the reason we are so confident that it will happen is because our bonds have been known of late to not spend much time on the market. As soon as they're issued, they are being picked up, and that is a demonstration of the confidence that the bondholders have in our economy, in our country. And on the RSS, St. Lucia is doing extremely well. As soon as our bonds hit the market, they are picked up, and quite a few of them are rolled over as well. Investors are not cashing in, they roll over these bonds because they really believe that they can continue to reinvest, and that is a very good sign for our country and for our people. Madam President, we must remember, while we try to settle some of these debts, we must be aware that not all of these debts are reflected in the books. We also must ensure that St. Lucians are aware that there are additional debts that are not on our books, but that we still have to pay. I will reiterate in Creole, Madam President, in that case. Nous avons parlé du gouvernement pour payer dettes qui paye à doué. Et puis nous avons servi à créer bonds à sous regional securities market là pour ça payer ces dettes là. Mais même si nous avons regardé pour 32 millions 100 000 $, pour payer ces dettes là, ça pas toute dette nous doit. L'année l'autre dette qui passe sous ces livres là, mais en tant que passé gouvernement qui était là avant nous, il a mis différents dettes, ça y a créé DFCs côté moun prêter, moun fait travail et puis il peut côté joindre payer. Et puis à présent, nous comme gouvernement, nous pour chercher l'argent pour payer ces moun ça qui gouvernement doit. Et puis ces dettes ça là pas à sous livre là, nous pas qu'à ouais nous qu'à faire estimates là, mais dettes ça là. So, Madam President, this is very important because while we try to manage our debt portfolio and reduce the borrowing and reduce the possible terms and conditions to get a better plan to repay, we must remind our St. Lucian folk that we do have additional debts that are not in the books in the form of DFCs, and it is real debt even if it's not reflected in the portfolio. And some of these DFCs and some of these, the reason why we have some of these debts have to do with a number of things that were done before. For example, we have a lot of land acquisition where lands were acquired for all kinds of things we don't know. In some cases, we're still trying to find out. And once you acquire land from private citizens or from entities, you have to compensate people when you take their land. In the case of land acquisition, I think, Madam President, that is an issue we intend to try to settle, to give people some comfort who have not had access to their assets. We also, one of the other DFCs or one of the other debts, not DFCs, but other debts that we have to think of while we deal with this is one of our premier universities, the University of the West Indies, Madam President. We owe these, my alma mater and many of us in here, we still owe the university about $20 million. And these are debts we have to try to put some payment on. We cannot allow our premier regional institution to have so much outstanding monies that we need to pay them. And my understanding is that in the last term, nothing at all was paid, not a cent was paid to UE. I don't understand why it wasn't necessary to at least pay something. So, Madam President, we have to put a proper debt management strategy in place as a government. We must do that. And the reason is really to try to lower our unemployment figures. If we can reduce debt and grow the economy, and as we know it has started to happen, it will give us room to be able to continue to reduce the unemployment figures that we have been able to see the reduction in the last 18 months. And I must tell you, Madam President, just as a reminder, the figures will show that since 2010, we are really doing very well in terms of the reduction of unemployment figures, which has gone down to its lowest since that period. I think that is significant because that is an indication of the ability of the government to create employment, which is something this is just one way by which the government can raise money. So we have to be creative and we have to find ways to continuously raise money to keep our debt under control. And so, Madam President, the projects that this money or this bond financing is intended to finance, we as a government would really like to know that these projects are implemented in the quickest possible time. It is not in the interest of the country if monies are borrowed from using taxpayers' money. The government comes to the Parliament, gets permission, gives the Prime Minister permission or the Minister of Finance permission to borrow money. The projects are to be done, the loans are being paid, the interest is being charged, but the projects are not being implemented at a rate that the country can benefit. Once there is slow implementation, you are losing value on what you have borrowed to do. So, Madam President, this is really a call for us to ensure that whatever it is we do in terms of the projects that we have identified to be financed by these bonds and this money should be implemented with great urgency. And so I urge all concerned to ensure that we do so, and I look forward to the benefits of the projects that will be implemented from these monies that we are borrowing through these bonds. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum interest rate of 7% per annum. A, the amount of $32,100,000 for financing the 2023-2024 budget. B, the amount of $433,500,000 for refinancing existing debts. Senator Paulius.
Madam President, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the valuable contribution that a dear friend, political advisor, and former Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Ira Dovey, has made. So permit me, Madam President, to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family. His good counsel will forever remain etched in my memory. I also want to extend my sympathies to the families of the late Mr. Winston Springer and Mrs. Bernadette George. We wish the family a sense of hope, fortitude, particularly at this time. It is not easy to lose a loved one. Madam President, something is amiss. Something is definitely amiss. And I strongly believe that this government is losing ground. Please permit me, Madam President, to place on record my contribution to this motion, which authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum interest rate of 7% per annum, the amount of about 32 million for financing the 2023-2024 budget, and the amount of 433 million for refinancing existing debts. Madam President, there is absolutely no doubt that governments must procure the fiscal resources needed to run the country. It's the responsibility of any government to do so. Whether it is through direct borrowing from financial institutions such as the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, funding agencies like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, or indirectly by raising monies for the sale of bonds, as we can see in this motion that is brought before us today. To me, Madam President, this bill begs a series of questions. And the main overarching question is, why is the interest rate so high? 7%. Is it a situation where this government is losing grounds, that it finds itself in a tenuous position to borrow money at such a high interest rate? Madam President, we must not forget that it was the same Labour Party and some of the very same members here in this House, when in opposition, demonized the borrowing done by the former United Workers' Party administration. It was the same Labour Party that complained about the borrowing done during COVID-19. When we were hit by the pandemic, it was the same Labour Party that made all kinds of allegations and questioned the legitimacy of government borrowings. But today, you are coming here to borrow almost $500 million, just an estimate, almost $500 million at a time when COVID-19 is no longer a major threat to the people of this country. Granted, you want to finance the 2023-2024 budget. And to make it worse, Madam President, you want to borrow, or this government wants to borrow, at an alarming interest rate of 7%, something we have not seen before. Yes, so you were saying the operating word there is maximum. We've not seen this before. This is telling, Madam President, what is really wrong. 2 years into office and you are already borrowing at this rate. This is outrageous. You want to claim that it is a maximum? The underlying message needs to be revealed. It needs to be put out, made clear to St. Lucians. If the then United Workers' Party government, led by a politically and economically savvy Prime Minister, the Honorable Alan Shasney, who was able to secure, and I'm just going to quote an example, $90 million from the World Bank and CDB at an interest rate of 0.5%. Why can't the Minister of Finance obtained similar rates, or perhaps 2 or 3% interest rates on borrowings? The Hansard has all of it, and we will be able to see. Go back to it. The highest we have ever seen under a United Workers' Party administration is 5% borrowings for major road projects. Don't be so alarmed. Why can't the Minister of Finance tell the people of this country what is really going on? Is something happening? And if something is happening, what is it? What is it? And as I look at the budget address for the fiscal year 2023-2024, we see lots of other projects and intentions to borrow, to undertake and to implement various initiatives and interventions. Madam President, what we're saying is that if this government is losing grounds in agriculture,
That's right.
say it to the farmers.
That's right.
The farmers are feeling your empty promises and mismanagement in their pockets. They want to hear nothing else but the truth. You are losing popularity where crime prevention is concerned. The citizens of this country are grieving. We need to know. Say it. If it seems impossible to outdo what a United Workers' Party promised in healthcare and the provision of a state-of-the-art hospital, make an apology to the nation. Make an apology to the nation. I apologize. I apologize. 2 words. Not 3, not 4. 2 words. I apologize. Bagay ka vini mauvais. Saint-Lucien ka pige. Saint-Lucien ka pige. They are feeling it. And if you open your eyes, you will hear the plight. You will see the plight. Open your ears, you will hear the plight. You will be able to relate to some of what they're saying on the ground, Madam President. But if we fail to interact with those who are really the marginalized, we won't know what they're feeling. Madam President, going back to the interest rate of 7%, when compared to 0.5% under a UWP government, we see a huge difference, let's say of about 6.5%. And if you do the math, Madam President, 7% of the total being borrowed, which is about 456 million. This is about 32 million. This is what the taxpayers would need to pay back. 32 million. That's the interest. Let's juxtapose this to 0.5 interest rate obtained on a UWP administration. And that would be about 2.3 million. which gives a difference of almost $30 million that the people of this country would be losing. And if, for argument's sake, we were to calculate the interest rate at 4%, and give us a maximum of 7%. An interest rate of 4%, one of the rates that a UWP administration has secured in the past, it meant that about only $18 to $19 million need to be paid back as interest, as opposed to a whopping $32 million under these current borrowing terms. Madam President, can you imagine what a difference of about $30 million in the first example that I quoted, and $14 million in the second example can do for the citizens of this country? C'est Lucia, où savent qui ça autant l'argent ça fait baou? Can you imagine what this money could have done or could do to ensure that the citizens of this country receive quality health care?
That's right.
And a world-class health facility? Yes. What you refer to as the box. It is documented now on the budget, the documents that we receive, part of the budget address. But you know what? You want to see a real box that is of top quality? Go to Guyana. A mega box, but they have better health facilities. Go there and you will see. Go there. Couldn't part of this money, Madam President, be used for income support and help to cushion the blow brought about by inflation?
Uncaring government.
Would there be need to increase the price of bread?
Yes.
The difference in the interest rate. Would there be need to increase the price of bread? Absolutely not.
That's right.
And with the loss of the UK market, wouldn't our banana farmers welcome some relief in the reduced price of fertilizer and other agro chemicals, essential inputs?
All solid points.
All in the aid of recovery of the banana sector as outlined in the budget address? And what about the bus drivers? And the many parents who now have to revert to other means, like charcoal and dry wood to cook, because they struggle to buy a cylinder of gas. Because they find it difficult to buy cooking gas due to the high cost of a cylinder. You will have your turn.
That's right.
You will have your turn.
People get so shaky. I mean, you know, just
And don't try to fool the people of this country into believing that there is nothing that this government can do.
that's right. That's right. Just don't care.
Insensitive government. Insensitive. Countries in the region and governments all around the globe are finding ways to mitigate against inflation. What are we doing here? What are we doing? This government, Madam President, is doing nothing significant. Nothing significant to make things better for all St. Lucians. So, Madam President, is the Labour Party administration saying that perhaps out of a population of about 184,000, they are only keen on taking care of those who voted for them? Protecting the victory. The 43,799, not the 47,000 that the Prime Minister quoted at his recent meeting. So confused, so preoccupied with the United Workers' Party that you all are so confused. Madam President, it's either one of two things. Sweat, flambeau, gagner élection, eh bien, flambeau ni les bas, bazoudi. Madam President, what we've seen is just the result of such preoccupation with the United Workers' Party. They were so focused on winning the election at all costs, so stuck on demonizing the borrowings and policies of the United Workers' Party administration that they didn't spend quality time to put forward a robust plan to grow the economy. And you want to take credit for anything that has happened? You want to take credit? You know what we see now, Madam President? Outrageous terms on borrowings. The imposition of taxes, increase in the price of bread, cooking gas, fuel at the pumps, increase in the cost of living, despondent farmers, a reduction in the production of bananas, increase in the price of fertilizer and agrochemicals, widespread victimization, Madam President. And you know the most recent, what it is? A sabotage of Valley Mass in Denry North.
Wow, can you believe that?
Can you believe that? A sabotage of Valley Mass in Denry North by the operatives of the St. Lucia Labour Party. An event that was conceptualized by a former Mabuya Valley Queen pageant. Sabotaged. And we are talking about bringing people together. We are talking about creating harmony. For several years, Madam President, and I am really unnerved by it, Madam President. Several years, young people look forward to this event. People from all over come to the valley to celebrate, to have fun, young people. And there is an attempt on some of the operatives to sabotage it, claiming that there is need for them to take over. Sad. That needs to be investigated, Madam President. We want to make everyone happy in this country. So you see this dichotomy that is currently existing in Denry North, that needs to stop, Madam President, because these are the very same people, and I don't think we should generalize it. These are the very same people we want to go forward. We want them to be able to realize their true potential. We want to empower them. But we should not allow the politics of the day to take precedence. You know, all of this is to show who's in charge. Who is in charge, and a strong desire to protect the victory. Madam President, this Labour Party is making living in St. Lucia more costly.
That's right.
And only makes things worse for the general population. Madam President, this bill simply exemplifies a lack of ambition of this government to obtain attractive rates and a lack of foresight to grow the economy. We look forward to the day when the very same people whom we have victimized and demonized, we look forward to the day when they will be the ones to take the charge, lead the charge, and dethrone the St. Lucia Labour Party government. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it is quite intriguing that we are here to borrow some 433 million plus another 32 million, which gives us a total of 460 million. It is quite intriguing, Madam President, that not so long ago, the same administration that was saying that it was a sin to borrow, that it was wrong to borrow, are now finding their own words to come back to haunt them. The reality of governing a country has now come home to reality. And so, Madam President, believe you when I tell you that this doesn't surprise me. I note that the leader of government business has tried his best to distinguish between existing refinancing debts, or refinancing existing debts rather, and financing new debts. Because the Labour Party does feel embarrassed by the statements that they have made regarding borrowing. And even though we have said before that the borrowing was necessary when the country was going through one of its worst, or the worst since the Great Depression of the 1930s, the pandemic, which brought untold pressures on the people of St. Lucia. If the United Workers' Party government did not borrow for COVID, Madam President, it would mean that we wouldn't have money to pay civil servants. It would have meant that we wouldn't have monies to give people for income support. It would have meant that we would not have been able to bring relief to the 15,000 tourism employees who lost their jobs. It would have meant that we would not have been able to do all the construction projects, which was a stimulus to a lot of the unemployed individuals who lost their jobs in various sectors. It would have meant that the hundreds of vendors across this country would not have gotten income support. If we were unable to borrow, Madam President, it would have meant that taxi drivers would have no money, no means of paying their bills, nothing coming in. They would have to face their families without any ability to buy food. That was what the Labour Party was against. And so, Madam President, the leader of government business said something quite profound. He said that the takers for some of the bonds had so much confidence in the government that they were rolling over their bonds. So all of them were not calling in the bonds at the time that they were redeemed. Now, if you're saying that this is not your debt, okay? A government bond is usually around 3 to 5 years. Treasury bills, shorter instruments, a year. In a 3 to 5 year instrument that is being rolled over, meaning that the investor has decided that even though the time has come for the redemption of that bond, that he's going to roll it over because he feels safe in St. Lucia, right? It means that we have debt on the books all the way back to Kenny Anthony, all the way back to the St. Lucia Labour Party. And so therefore, what I'm trying to establish is that government and governing a country is a continuous process. We're going to pay some of your debts when you lose the next election. And so that is something that we will have to do to make sure that when the people of St. Lucia had enough of you and they decide they're putting you out, right, that we will then have to come and pay debts on some of the decisions and some of the projects that you have made. So there's no existing, and there's no distinction between existing and new debt. This is, you are the government. You're running the country. You have to pay the bills. You have to pay the debts. What I want to say, though, is that this government, Madam President, is in the best position to be able to pay their bills. Never mind all this going on. Look at the amount of taxes that they have picked up. Taxes are the most that this country has ever seen in tax revenue. And this is under this administration. Now, I'll get back to that a bit later, because we have to focus on the 7% and the impact that it will have on ordinary consumers. We have a government that says that their policy is long-term versus short-term debt. They prefer long-term, and that's fine. We do too. Now, the trouble with, I have understanding, this motion today is that why are you going to the bond market? You're coming for $460 million. Why are you going to the bond market for 90% of what you're coming for? Over 90% of what you're required today, you're going to the market. Is it that the long-term debt instrument that you're incapable of getting it? Is it that there's no confidence in you to lend you money on a long-term basis? That you now have to go and use the securities market? It seems, my good friend, leader of government business, that your government is hamstrung. It seems like you're handcuffed and paralyzed in your capacity. You're saying, oh, it is our policy to replace short-term debt with long-term debt, but yet 433 million you're asking for. You're going to go on the regional securities exchange and for private placements, for treasury bills and for government bonds, which are all market-driven debt, which attracts a higher interest rate. Now, why? What's going on? You can't borrow money. People don't have confidence in you to lend you money on a long-term basis. And that's the problem. Now, let's look at what happened while we were there. And my colleague articulated quite well, Madam President, that during the tenure of the United Workers' Party, a lot of the loans that the then opposition, now government side, took us to task for. These were loans that were coming at 0.5%. When we were borrowing money, even on the regional securities exchange, and you can go back and you can check the Hansard, they were always maximum 4%. Now, why is it that the interest rates have now risen all the way to 7%? What is wrong with your negotiation skills? Something is wrong with this government's ability to attract financing, to make investments in this country in order so that the people of St. Lucia can benefit from what you need to do in building schools and repairing schools and building hospitals, building roads. You have to go to bonds because you can't raise money. And you have to admit it today, in your own words, I prefer a long-term driven debt, but yet you can't. But here is our record. CDB, $30 million, 40 years, 10-year moratorium, 0.5%. during the COVID years. During COVID, of course, IMF, same thing. World Bank, same thing. And so if you consult the estimates of revenues and expenditure, Madam President, you will see that while the debt stock has risen, the debt burden has not increased significantly. That is because all this government has to pay for the next 10 years, or for the next 3 years as they are there, is 0.5% interest on a lot of those loans that we have taken, hence reducing the burden on the people of St. Lucia. So when you say that you have met a country with a lot of debt, you have to quantify what you're saying. Now, Madam President, the main point I want to make today is the impact this is going to have on ordinary consumers. If the government is planning to borrow at 7%, it would mean, therefore, that investors are going to say that if we can lend at 7%, then when it comes to lending to businesses, that it's going to be at least 7% or higher, because government is one of the biggest borrowers in the economy. This is going to increase the price of borrowing for ordinary consumers when they're building their homes, when they're looking to buy their cars, because the government has now found itself in a position where its maximum interest rate, they're now willing to pay 7%. They're desperate, Madam President. They've found themselves in a bind. Not only do they not want to go to borrow, but they have to borrow at 7%. Now, businesses are going to carry on the additional cost to consumers. And carrying on that extra cost of doing business to consumers, it means that this has a knock-on effect on people when they are going to buy locally manufactured products. Farming produce. If a farmer, for example, now needs to go take a loan and the cost of borrowing money is expensive, then the farmer has to recoup his costs and pass it on to consumers. So this has a significant impact on the ordinary consumers of this country. Now, we are doing this, Madam President, at a time when inflation is extremely high in St. Lucia. The Social Economic Review for this year made it quite clear on page, I think it's page 14 of the Social Economic Review. It says that inflation in St. Lucia moved from 2.4% to 6.4%. And it is the highest it has been since 1991. So the cost of commodities in St. Lucia is the highest it has been since 1991. We have not seen this growth. And St. Lucia, according to the Social Economic Review, has the third highest increase of cost of living in the ECCU currency union. The third highest. Only Antigua and Dominica are ahead of us. We are ahead of Grenada. We are ahead of St. Vincent. We are ahead of St. Kitts, Madam President. And so this bill is coming at a time when it's already very difficult for a lot of people. The price of gas, this government has allowed it to rise on the poor people of this country, while they pick up record-breaking taxes, Madam President. That to me is sinful. That is an uncaring government, and I do reiterate the words of my colleague. They simply don't care about people, Madam President. They have allowed, Madam President, the price of bread to go up, and they boast about collecting taxes and raising record revenue. They have allowed, Madam President, gas prices at the pump to go up so that they will pick up their taxes. They are more interested in balancing the books.
Madam President, on a point of order. Madam.
What is your point of order?
36A, Madam President, the member is misleading the House. This government has absolutely no control over the cost of fuel. We do not manufacture or produce fuel in St. Lucia. We have absolutely no control over the cost of flour either. But what the member fails to tell the public is that millions have been lost by the government on a weekly basis because we continue to subsidize both of these items. So I would request that the member retracts that statement and refrain from misleading the public.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Yes.
Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. The member clearly has not consulted the amount of excise.
I asked you to move on.
Oh, thank you. So Madam President, the records will show that they are record-breaking revenue numbers. And this government has failed miserably in bringing relief to the people of St. Lucia to cushion them from the blow of inflation, which is impacting this country. Madam President, what I would like to do for the member and members opposite is to compare what St. Lucia has done according to the Social Economic Review, where they said in St. Lucia that we have removed the 6% service charge for a limited amount of time on certain consumables. Okay? But let's look at what the other countries have done. And you know, the two most outstanding countries in the ECC Union, Madam President, that have brought the most relief to their citizens, it's actually St. Kitts and Grenada. So while St. Lucia is at 6.4% in the inflation rates, and it's on page 14 of the Social Economic Review, thank you very much. So St. Kitts is not on a structural review, my friend. No, St. Kitts is not. St. Kitts is not. So whilst, Madam President, we are at 6.4, and the highest we've been since 1991 in the cost of goods, gas, bread, bus fares to get to A to B in St. Lucia is so much more expensive these days. And this is why, Madam President, the 7% interest rate, I have my concerns about it and its impact that it's going to have on ordinary consumers. Because, Madam President, it is going to make life a lot more difficult. More difficult for the people of St. Lucia. Electricity in this country, according to the Social Economic Review, has now increased by 30%, Madam President. A huge deal. So if your electricity bill used to be $50, it means, therefore, if my math is correct, that your electricity bill is going to go up to $65. If your electricity bill was $100, it's going to go up to $130. And so, Madam President, this is a very difficult time for a lot of families. And so while, you know, my friends here are very busy laughing at what is taking place, and when the member mentioned what's happening in the farming community and mentioned her concern, we see the laughter. But this is serious business, Madam President, because, Madam President, this is important, and this government needs to do more to cushion the blow that the people are feeling on the price of basic commodities in the supermarket. And so, Madam President, in St. Kitts, excise tax on fuel from 2.5 per gallon.
Senator Fede,
yes.
What are you quoting from? May I ask?
I'm quoting from the St. Kitts Observer newspaper. This is a credible newspaper in St. Kitts. And I'm quoting the former Prime Minister, Mr. Harris, who in his capacity as Finance Minister actually announced these measures. These are well known and documented.
Do you have the date of the newspaper or anything? Anything at all?
I can certainly furnish you with a copy of the article, Madam President.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
No problem. But to quote the former Minister of Finance, and this is an article in the St. Kitts Observer newspaper, it says that excise tax on fuel.
The date, is it for this month? Is it last month?
It is the period 2021 to 2022.
No, the date of the newspaper, was it last week's newspaper? Was it last month?
Just before the last elections. So let me...
You provide it afterwards, and Senator, I definitely want to see what period that you're referring to.
Would have been, So we're looking at 2021 to 2022. This is the period that the ECCB has compared. And I'm just drawing reference from an announcement by the Minister of Finance in St. Kitts. And it says the following. He says that excise tax on fuel moved from 2.25%. So the government was collecting $2.25 per gallon to now picking up 95 cents per gallon. And so when the senator on the opposite side says that there's nothing government can do on imported items, she's absolutely wrong, Madam President, because I'm showing her very tangible examples of where governments in the Caribbean, and if you look at the social economic review, we see that St. Kitts and Grenada were the only two governments in the ECCU union that were able to protect their people from cost of living rising above 3%. And it's there. Page 14, check it out for yourself. The table is St. Lucia is sky high. We are the third highest. And because we refuse to nudge on the taxes to give the people a break, that's what the United Workers' Party has been arguing. Give the people a break. Now is not the time to be arguing about excise tax. They have a lot of people, Madam President, who had bills that were built up because there were moratoriums given by the utility companies during COVID. And so now that they've gotten back to work, Madam President, those individuals are finding it very, very tough to be able to keep up with the quantum of bills that they have to pay, because it's a massive deal. And now here is the global inflation problem, which is affecting a number of them. And so from April to September in 2022, the St. Kitts government reduced excise tax on fuel from $2.25 to 95 cents per gallon. They've also, for the same period, 3 months, extended income and disability support program, which went to individuals that were vulnerable individuals. They reintroduced in St. Kitts duty-free allowances on food imports by non-commercial importers from May 1st to September 30th. So people who were buying food from the United States, for example, Madam President, you were bringing your barrel. And so we have come here before, and when I've said in the earlier days that because of global supply chain issues, that what the government needed to do was not just to do the barrels at Christmas time, but to allow people to bring in their food as well. These are all necessary things that government could have done. But here, when it gets interesting, and I like this point. It says for 8 months, Senator, a cap on freight costs that is used in calculation of duties, a cap will be set on freight for the pre-COVID year of 2019. Why is that important, Madam President? It's important because, you see, duties are charged on the cost of insurance and freight. So we saw that shipping costs before COVID to bring a container from China was $4,500. The average price to bring a container from China to St. Lucia became $18,000 during the pandemic. Now, the government of St. Lucia, I know very well that a number of people in the hardware business went to the government and say, look, please allow us to calculate the duties based on the pre-COVID freight numbers. The government rejected that proposal from the private sector individuals who went to them. And so when you will charge the same amount of duty, who do you think is feeling the squeeze? It is not the business people. It is the ordinary consumers who are buying the imports. And so by not doing anything and picking up your taxes, You are squeezing the people of St. Lucia. You don't care, and that's what we're telling you. So don't come to say that there's nothing government can do. There's a lot that you could have done. And there's a reason why St. Lucia is the third highest in the OECS in terms of inflation, because you want people to believe that because we're importing oil, because we're importing flour, that we have no control of the price. That mindset needs to change. You are here to serve the people of St. Lucia, and just like the other governments have done, you have also got to do it. So this is not fair to the people, that they have to go to Massey and they have to realize that they're always on a budget because their salaries are not keeping a pace with the rising cost of goods in the supermarket, at the gas stations. There are people who I once represented, Madam President, will tell me that instead of filling up their tanks with gas, they have to now revert to going to the gas station and top up. And that's what has happened, because the price of gas has reached out of the access and reach of most St. Lucian drivers. And that's what has happened. In St. Kitts, they've also extended for 6 months the removal of VAT and import duty on hygiene items and the removal of import duty on other fruits and vegetables within the supermarket. They have done it. Governments are flexing and giving people the opportunity to survive this rather difficult period. They are not saying that there's nothing they can do. If you are the government and you don't have any ideas to solve the problems of inflation, then you need to get out of government. Simple. Because you cannot manage. You just cannot manage. And that's why you're coming today to ask the Parliament to approve you borrowing money at 7%. Because nobody trusts you to lend you any money. And that's why today, instead of your aspiration that you would like the majority of this over 460 million that you are seeking permission for, and instead of you being able to get long-term debt, you just don't have the negotiation skills to do it. And so therefore, you've got to go to get it from the market. You have no choice. You have now your lines, your narratives for politics have caught up with you. You have to borrow. And so whether you want to call it existing debts, or you want to make the distinction between long-term debts and, I'm sorry, right? You have got to borrow. And that is what this has proven. So, Madam President, this doesn't make me happy. The leader of government business said that unemployment is the lowest it has been. The lowest it has been, Madam President. Madam President, this is a social economic review for 2022. 2022. The Central Statistics Department. 2022. Since 2010. Since 2010.
Since 2010. That's what he said.
I'm sorry. 2010. 2010. My apologies. Okay. So 2010, he said, since 2010 we've not had unemployment so low. Madam President, there could be nothing that is more misleading. The social economic review, as they say in ancillary canaries, it to you. So let me go.
Senator
So Madam President,
Senator, you have 15 minutes.
Sure, no problem. So the social economic review on page 40. Please, if you have it, please grab it. Page 40 says, and I'm going to go down to paragraph, you can read the rest, but information contained, page 40. page 40, the blue box. Information contained in the annual labor force report by the Central Statistics Office is the result of household labor force survey conducted during 2022 is aimed at providing information about the level of participation of household members in the labor force and the size of the labor force, age 15 and above. Then the next paragraph explains that the Statistics Department has been working with the International Labour Organization. Then the third paragraph says, additionally, for the period under review, the Central Statistics Office collaborated with the International Labour Organization, ILO, for verification audit of the labor force results. In this regard, it should be noted that the unemployment rate calculated by the ILO is less than reported by the CSO. So basically, if the ILO says, if this statistic says that the ILO has a different number from the Statistics Department, then they have two different methodologies. So it goes on to say that this is because the ILO employs a stricter definition of unemployed individuals, which excludes and discourages workers, right? It goes on to say, Madam President, here is the ILO definition, and here is the Central Statistics definition. So basically, this box tells you that there are two definitions of unemployment. The Central Statistics Department has one definition, and the International Labour Organization has another definition. Let me read the ILO definition for you. Persons who did not work nor had a job during the reference week seeks work and available to work. That's the ILO. The Central Statistics has a different definition, and it says this: persons who did not work nor had a job during the reference week seeking work and available to work, and discourage workers. Persons who want to work during the weekending, even if they are not seeking job or available to start working. Now, let's go to page 110 and see what page 110. Now here on page 110, so we've established that there are two definitions, Madam President, by one different definition by the ILO, one different methodology by the Central Statistics Department. And on page 110, the Central Statistics Department has placed a box which they say is the main labor force indicators. Now, the main indicator, the main in table 31, it goes on to state a number of figures pertaining to the unemployment rate, which says that the current unemployment rate would be 16.5%. Then it goes on at the bottom to say, note, see box 1, which we just read, with the two different methodologies. The Central Statistics Office cautionary note on the LFS results, which is the labor force survey results, for 2022, which advises that these estimates are not comparable to the estimates for previous years. How the leader of government business arrives at the lowest unemployment rate in 2022 being the lowest unemployment rate beats me, because its own social economic review states otherwise. So, Madam President, we have a government that is more interested in the PR stunts rather than they are interested in the hard work, the empirical and evidential fact of leveling the truth with the people of St. Lucia. And so time and time again, you see that they don't even read their own books. They don't even read their own economic review. How can we trust them to guide us in this very difficult path that our country is in? How can we trust them to manage our debt, Madam President? How can we trust them in this time of quantum interest rates. How can we trust them, Madam President, with the repairing and organizing the fiscal situation of this country? Madam President, we cannot trust them in this time of high on inflation with the people of St. Lucia, their cost of living, their very survival. All they have done, Madam President, is that they have uttered empty words. And instead of putting people first, they are putting them worse. Madam President, I submit this to you. Thank you.
Senator Jean.
This second obsession thing, yeah, it did happen on July 20th. Now we know.
Very soon.
Now we know. It has been happening from 1979.
Madam President, I rise in support of the resolution which is before us today to seek approval for the government of St. Lucia to borrow by way of bond financing the sum of $32.1 million for financing the 2023-2024 budget through the issuance of bonds on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum of 7%. Maximum of 7%. And $433.5 million for refinancing of existing debts. Again, through placement at a maximum of 7%. But before I go into my presentation, Madam President, I understand that there is a police officer here, Officer PC 867 Henry, whose birthday it is today, and want to ask my colleague senators to join me in wishing him a happy birthday. On a more somber note, Madam President, I wish to join colleagues here in extending condolences to the families, friends, and colleagues of former Minister Ira Dovey, also Mr. Winston Springer Senior, and Mrs. Bernadette George Marcial. If you would permit me, Madam President, I served in the public service with Mrs. Marcial and can attest to her high level of professionalism, dedication, and commitment to the government and people of St. Lucia. I communicated with Mrs. Marcial during her period of illness, and I was hopeful that she would have recovered, but God had other plans. May the Lord comfort all of the families who are grieving the loss of their loved ones. Madam President, the motion before us to borrow up to a maximum of 7% interest is one that I thought would have been a very simple motion. But when some people want to escalate and equate it to speak to perhaps the populace and present it in a negative way, it really gives me some mixed feelings about how our country is run. Because, Madam President, anyone who invests on the stock exchange or on the regional securities market would know that these interest rates are not set by the governments, by the individual governments, but this is a rate that is set by the securities market. The 7% interest is a ceiling that is set by the regional securities market. It does not mean that this is the interest that is going to be paid by the government. If we, Madam President, are here talking to people who are listening, we must always know that there is the possibility that the people out there can fact check us. This is the rate that is set by the regional securities market at the maximum level, and investors would have to bid. It's an auction in order for them to realize the interest that they want to pay. Now, for a country like St. Lucia, over the last, it's now 22 months, 1 year, and 10 months since the administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party has taken up government, we are seeing positive growth. We're seeing an 18.1% GDP growth rate. We're seeing the overturn of a deficit of $220.1 million to a surplus of $29.6 million. Madam President, these are indicators that investors use in order to recognize whether their investments are at risk or whether there are opportunities for growth of their investment. And so usually when countries record such indicators...
Madam President, I stand on a point of order. The member is misleading the House. I don't know if it is intentionally or accidentally, but she has indicated some erroneous numbers in suggesting that we've got a surplus. The summary doesn't suggest that in any way. Their overall deficits, all the numbers in the overall balances are negative, Madam President. So if she can consult the 2023-2024 estimates of revenues and expenditures, it says that the projected outturn in the year 2022-2023 is in the overall balance is actually 150 million. Negative 150, so there's a deficit of 150 million. The government actually projects...
Senator, you're giving a lecture here.
I'm not...
Where is he quoting from?
Estimates of revenue.
Senator Fede.
Yeah.
You have indicated that Senator Jean is misleading the House, and you have quoted. I think you simply need to ask her where she quoted from, because you're going on a tangent. So if you've indicated that you think she's misleading, you ask her simply to quote from where she has gotten her information, and you take your seat. We shall do that now. Thank you very much. Senator Jean, Senator Fede has indicated that you misled with the information. Do you care to share? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to quote from the estimates of expenditure 2023-24 at page Roman numeral 2, and I quote paragraph 3. A primary surplus is expected in the amount of 29.6 million, in contrast to a primary deficit of 220.1 million initially projected in 2022-23. An overall deficit of 150.2 million, representing 2.7% of GDP, is expected compared to 394.6 million projected in 2022-23. Madam President, I also would like
Madam
to quote,
President, go ahead.
if the member is saying that I'm misleading the House, I would like the member to present facts to the alternative to what I have said, rather than continuing to interrupt my presentation.
So thank you very much, Senator.
Excuse me,
Madam President.
you speak to
On
the
what
chair.
point is he
Sorry.
standing?
Yeah.
Senator, a moment.
So, point of
You-
order, Madam President. So,
What is your point of order, Senator?
The senator continues to mislead the House because she has to make the distinction between an overall and a primary deficit. A primary deficit is when you remove the interest payments, the loan payments, your principal and your interest. She has not done so. And so by quoting the primary deficit, this primary surplus, that is not accurate of the overall picture of the fiscal situation. The overall situation is that you have a deficit of $150 million. That's the overall deficit.
You may proceed, Senator Jean.
I think the member deliberately. Yeah. So, Madam President, Madam President, the point is that given the stability of this government under the administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party, there is increased investor confidence in our country. And as a result, Madam President, investors will be attracted to our bonds because of the low risk that they offer. The management, the economic management of our country is proven to be far superior to what we saw during the period 2016 to 2021. That is the point, Madam President. Madam President, whether we want to bash figures all over the place and we use figures in a convenient way to prove certain things, but the bottom line is, when the government of St. Lucia's bonds go out to market, that $32.1 million and the $433.5 million will see investors who are sure that they will be continuing or buying your bonds because of the confidence that they have in this country. That is what the people of St. Lucia must know. So when we want to go in boxes, we have a fetish for boxes, it seems, Madam President. Obsession, you know. They love boxes. And they build boxes and leave boxes empty. And then want to compare boxes with Guyana boxes. Tout boîte, pas boîte. L'en ni boîte vide. Et nous passons à métier. C'est moun vieux fort, c'est moun qui en dedans St. Jude. Yo pas ça en tué en dedans ces boîtes là. Ça nous dit nous fait. Est-ce nous fait un bail? Madam President, we are seeing the bonds that are being raised, Madam President, are being used to finance the splendid initiatives that the Prime Minister
Honorable Philip J. Pierre announced in his budget of April 25th, 2023. And I would like, Madam President, just to remind us of some of these initiatives. But before I do so, Madam President, let me just quote page 11. We want to read. Reading month was last month, but we will still continue to read. And we will teach some people to read too. At page 11 of the Economic and Social Review, it states, notwithstanding, I don't understand, Madam President, how I can be misleading the House and quoting directly from government documents. And I quote, notwithstanding the challenges posed by the external environment in 2022, macroeconomic conditions within the domestic economy continued to improve. St. Lucia's economy robustly continued on a recovery path from the unprecedented and sharp decline in 2020 occasioned by the COVID pandemic. Following annual growth of 12.2% in 2021, preliminary estimates suggest that real GDP grew by 18.1% in 2022. Kimun Kifei. Resulting in the stock of real GDP being only 1.1% below pre-pandemic levels. So, Madam President, the bonds that are going to be raised are going to finance some of the projects that we heard announced by the Prime Minister. Last week, June 1st, right there in Constitution Park, the place that used to be cordoned off when members sat in this honorable house to speak and to present the people's business, the place where we were prevented from even coming to talk about Black lives. I was one that was targeted for coming to stand up against what was happening in the United States because I am a direct victim. But we were prevented from there. And my name was on a list to be arrested outside of there. But that Constitution Park, Madam President, is really a convenient place for us to launch many things. And the UHC maternal and healthcare program was launched last week. That's going to be financed by bonds. Pregnant mothers, Madam President, will now be able to get free ultrasound and laboratory tests. And we heard the health practitioners speak about the importance of such an initiative to the people of St. Lucia. You heard, Madam President, the nurses at the OKEU and at St. Jude indicating how important it is when you have these tests done before so that you could see the health of the child even in his or her mother's womb. So evasive action can be taken to deal with whatever situations before the children are born. That is what is being financed by bonds. Don't come and cry for the people of St. Lucia. When the people of St. Lucia were crying, you said they just started to cry. Now that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party is providing them with the care that is needed for a healthier nation, we want to now turn it around and say 7%, and as if there is no maximum. Madam President, these bonds are going to be used for things like the infrastructural projects, the lavish DFCs that were given throughout including the Rodney Bay Road. Thank God I see the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has done something to ease the pain so that when we can go inside of that Rodney Bay area, it's a little smoother. But the drains that were up in the air, sidewalk is there, around about squeezing a corner, massive cote, you say, machine like I pass, say. This is what we have to use now. We have to take the bonds now to pay off these DFCs. We're talking about the highest interest rate, Madam President. The DFCs, even before the construction started, had already attracted interest. We now want to talk and cry for the people of St. Lucia. Lenu teka hele, ki mun teka tan. I don't listen. So hele. Yo pa teka tan hele nu. Madam President, the DFCs, the bonds, are being used to finance the home health care program, Madam President. You remember, what was the name they called it? Not Stepper, the other one. NICE. You remember the number of NICE workers who were relieved through the home health care program? You remember the number of elderly people who benefited from that program? And these NICE workers were pulled back? Madam President, the bonds, if you look in the estimates, go through the capital expenditure component, and you will see that this home care program is back in the Ministry of Equity. Madam President, the repairs to police stations are going to be financed from these bonds. Our police officers who are working day and night, trying their best to see how we can solve crime. We want to come and bring crime as if it's somebody, as if, we all created the crime, as if it's the government that created the crime. But what has the government done ever since it came into office? The Prime Minister has provided vehicles, have provided bicycles, and trying to improve the police stations so that they can have better conditions of work. This is what is being used. This is what the bonds are being used for, to finance such initiatives. Madam President, another program is meeting the needs of the most vulnerable. That is within bonds as well in the Ministry of Equity. The Education Quality Improvement Project, EQUIP, where some schools are going to be built. Equipment will be provided to teachers and to schools. That is another initiative financed through bonds. The Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Program has a component of bonds as well. DVRP. And Madam President, one of the major areas that will be financed through bonds, one of the major projects, Madam President, the St. Jude Hospital Reconstruction Project. It is time for the people who use the St. Jude Hospital to have humane conditions under which they can be cared for. Don't come and grandstand, put a box, paint it nice, and it's empty. It is time for the project to be completed and the transition made from the George Odlum Stadium to the St. Jude Hospital. It is time. For 5 years, 1 month and 20 days, nous la ka jouer avec l'argent pays kabil he kabil de. There is a report that was commissioned by the government, an audit report, which says that it would take about $100 million to complete the structures that were already built. They said the buildings are salvageable and you need $100 million to complete it so that the transition can be made. Your professor, instead, they paid $118 million to have a vid box and now begging for the government to use the wet vid. Huh? You telling me that some of these people have conscience and now want to come and cry for people and say flour raise, bread raise. The people of St. Lucia knew what they were getting into on the 26th of July 2021 when they quietly yo te pe moun we yo me yo quietly ale ek feza fe yo on the morning of July 26, 2021, very quietly, for fear of victimization. That is where the victimization was. Me yo I feza fe yo quietly. And they went early in the morning. Ekusab, le yo ale bien bonne. You know what's happening. So, Madam President, when the former government got interest rates of 0.5% interest, what did they do? If we had 0.5% interest today, I can assure you that the Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister for St. Lucia, would make magic with that 0.5% interest. So under these high interest rates that are prevailing worldwide, we've seen a deficit being overturned, we've seen growth, we've seen a declining debt to GDP ratio for our country. Remember, Madam President, that the GDP rate fell. Let me tell you about it. When you look at it from the ECC figures, Madam President, I quote from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank macroeconomic indicators 2021-22. The public debt for St. Lucia, the public debt to GDP, fell from 90.2% in 2021 to 69.8% in 2022. Tell me, Madam President, we want to use figures. Lani figures tell me punusa sevi. Okay? So, the crying, Madam President, another major initiative, Madam President, that will be financed using these bonds is the distress fund. You remember the distress fund? The distress fund that was abandoned? Huh? The distress fund, the fund that was used for the people who had lost their homes and could not afford to have them rebuilt. We were told, why you don't go and get insurance? Huh? Who can dim moi, Madam President? On your conscience? A conscience? Conscience? C'est ça hier? Huh? Et Jordia, nous voulons venir by the people of St. Lucia. But you know what, Madam President? I have confidence in the people of St. Lucia. The people of St. Lucia can read, they can write. They are not the 43%ers as we think they are. They are listening, they are researching, they are learning, and when the time comes, they will be acting. So we cannot think that we come into parade and fool them. Okay? We've learned, Madam President, that the government is subsidizing cooking gas. The government is subsidizing the staples. The very flour that is used for bread is being subsidized by the government of St. Lucia. But Madam President, lastly, I just want to close by saying we must always consider the economic cost or the opportunity cost, of what we do. if money was used prudently, there would be no reason to go into further debt. The opportunity cost of the large squandering of our money is what is causing the borrowing today. Had we not used money in a frivolous way, there would be money in the coffers that would not necessitate going to the regional stock exchange. Madam President, if we did not take $7 million and go and buy vaccine that never reach from an entertainer, from a cement producer, whatever the person is, we would have $7 million to divert to critical projects that the people of St. Lucia need. Madam President, could you imagine $7 million more in the maternal child care program? You know what that would mean? More pregnant mothers would benefit. Madam President, had we not used $118 million on a box, you know what that would have meant? St. Jude Hospital would be fully functional in their new location. Madam President, that $118 million could go to our education system. More of our children would be able to benefit. Perhaps we could have gotten more scholarships for our children to go to tertiary education. So there's opportunity cost. The money that you wasted yesterday could have bought some things that are more important today. That is what it is. So, Madam President, I give my full support to raising the amount of money that the government requires by way of bonds to meet the financing of projects, critical projects, and to also repay for the squandering that was done under the last administration. We must bear that in mind. It is not only new money, but the debts that were created by the last government has to be paid. And a prudent Minister for Finance and Prime Minister of St. Lucia is doing his best in ensuring that St. Lucia's financial reputation remains intact. One last thing, Madam President, when you see bonds being rolled over, again, it is an indicator of investor confidence.
You have 15 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I will reiterate that when you see bonds being rolled over, it is an indicator of investor confidence. Because if an investor believes that their money is at risk, they will pull away their bonds. But if they're taking it and it is rolling over, it tells you that there is confidence in the market, in that particular jurisdiction. And St. Lucia, I know, as an investor myself, is an attractive instrument, a St. Lucian instrument, very attractive. People will settle for 3.5 and 4.5% if it is from the government of St. Lucia, if the bonds are from the government of St. Lucia. So, Madam President, I reiterate my full support for this motion and ask that my colleagues support as well. Thank you very much.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to offer a short rebuttal to the in response to the presentations and contributions made to this motion. And of course, I also wish to again point out that as I stand, there is no leader of government business in his chair. The trend has continued. Madam President, when I arrived this morning, I was not sure that I wasn't expecting an opposition here, because I recalled the declaration made that until the Speaker has resigned, they were not returning. But I want to say thank you to those who have decided to have a change of heart. And I'm always happy to see Senator Stanislaus in his seat. Happy to see him so he can at least hear some of my responses. First of all, Madam President, I wish to thank all the colleagues who contributed to the debate, both the opposition and the government senators. This is a motion that I thought was not going to attract that kind of discussion, almost 2 hours, but you never know when the opposition decides to go on their mission. First of all, Madam President, there was an argument being presented about, a key argument about interest rates, and perhaps there were better options. And one of the options that was presented by Senator Polius was the IMF. Now, I'm not sure whether it's a suggestion to us that our government or this government should be looking to borrow money from the IMF, because, Madam President, the IMF is not a is not a term or an acronym that many governments like to deal with, and people have become very concerned when they hear that term, because we know that many of the IMF loans require specific conditions, fiscal rules and fiscal adjustment. And I think that was a reference made that I was very, very concerned about. Is the opposition suggesting that this should be a preference in terms of our sources or our options for borrowing? I don't think so, Madam President. Here we are putting a motion to issue bonds to attract finance for our projects at rates that will go up to 7%, which was well explained by Senator Jean, on a market that has proven that St. Lucia bonds sell like hot bread. As soon as they are issued, they are sold. And then the best suggestion, I want to welcome back the leader of opposition business. At least he'll hear me now. That suggestions that instead of doing so, we probably should face the IMF. Are we suggesting that we need structural adjustment? I don't know. But this government is not going to take that kind of advice. We take good advice, but when it is ill-advised, I think we know better. Madam President, the issue of borrowing, direct borrowing instead of issuing bonds was another point that Senator Polius raised. And I think that also concerns me, because her argument was, well, we borrowed money at 0.5%, was it, interest rate, during COVID, and your government should have gone to do the same. Madam President, it is very clear that when those concessionary rates were offered to not only St. Lucia but governments around the region, it was done because of the particular case of the COVID pandemic. The World Health Organization has declared the COVID pandemic over. And so why is it that we are now being asked to do something that does not apply to the conditions that the previous government had? And even when they were proud to be able to borrow, that's what the Minister of Finance then was saying, proud to be able to borrow just because you're offered. What about 300 million? We still have, I'm just asking, is it about 300 million? I'm not sure, I can't remember. But a significant sum was borrowed during that time. We are still here now issuing bonds to go and pay for debt that they incurred during that time. If you borrowed money for COVID, I would expect that vaccines would have been one of the reasons why you borrowed that money. And if you borrowed so much money because the concessionary rates were there, it wasn't bonds at 7%, well, you got the money, but why are we now coming into government and faced with outstanding debt for COVID-related issues like vaccines? There is no hiding from that. Vaccines were procured because of COVID. So why didn't you just pay the vaccines bill? Why do we have to come and pay it now? Madam President, when people offer you alternatives, you don't have to look at the messenger. If the message is good, you can accept it. But in that case, I'm sorry that I cannot accept that message, because that message is illogical. It is not in our interest or in the interest of the people of St. Lucia. Now, Madam President, I heard the mention of income support. As was said, people now, why don't you borrow? Why don't you use that money instead of paying for these projects? Why don't you use that money to give people income support? So is the opposition asking us now, in a situation where the pandemic has been declared to be over, to now provide income support to St. Lucians when they borrowed money?
16.5% unemployment rate.
And the income support was sourced through our NIC funds. Why didn't you use the COVID money to provide income support? Why did you go to NIC instead? And now you want us, when the pandemic is deemed to be over, of course we know there's COVID around, but the pandemic is not the issue now. You want us to do it now. So, Madam President, I'm not getting the logic in this. Now, Madam President, there was some criticism leveled at the healthcare. Why don't our healthcare situation? Do you have the moral authority to talk about healthcare? Do you? Really? When the Prime Minister just passed his budget and announced so many initiatives that you could have implemented, that we are now putting in place to improve our overall healthcare system. And I just want to remind them of a few. Universal healthcare, and the Senator, they mentioned the launching last week. Universal healthcare and all the benefits that go with it. The golden 80 plus for our elderly folk. Centers of excellence around the island. And so many other initiatives that nobody saw a need to introduce, even during a COVID pandemic, when you want to strengthen your healthcare systems. But today you're going to come here and tell us we should borrow money for healthcare, as if we're not doing that. Madam President, this is highly unusual, highly, very, very strange and ingenuous. Madam President, gas prices. These days, gas prices are a concern for this government. Madam President, or for this opposition, the St. Lucia Labour Party government is not the government that introduced or increased the excise tax on gas, on fuel, by 60% in this country. We didn't do that. We did not do that. We have not introduced any tax on fuel to increase the price. What has happened is that our price of fuel has continued to be dictated and dealt with as through the pass-through mechanism that has always been in place. So we have not done anything except that we have continued to subsidize the cost of fuel to absorb the cost of the people of this country. So I don't know if the opposition did not have an argument for this motion. They should have allowed us to just, present the motion and move on. We have spent 2 hours this morning while people try to wiggle around all kinds of arguments that took us nowhere. And I will not stand here and try to refute all of them, because I'll be here until tomorrow. But there are a few of them, Madam President, I have to speak to. We were being compared, asked to look at Grenada and St. Kitts. Well, I have no issues with my regional neighbors, because I know someone who had a lot of issues with our regional neighbors when we decided not to follow a certain line chaired by a certain president, that when our regional brothers and sisters said we're not going there, they went. They went to Mar-a-Lago, where was it? We had policies that CARICOM had established that all of us were supposed to follow. But no, you had to go and follow people of your kind, quote unquote. But today, you want to use our regional neighbors conveniently as models. St. Kitts and Grenada, who is under an IMF program, structural adjustment, that's your model? You want to send us to do what Grenada is doing? Really? Well, probably just came out. You know, that's where you want to send us? Keep your advice to yourself on that one. We're not taking that one. When you offer us good advice, Madam President,
Madam President, I stand on the point of order. The member is continuously misleading the House.
What is your point of order?
The member is misleading the House on a range of issues. I spoke for several minutes about what the government of St. Kitts did. They are not under an IMF structural adjustment, as the member would like to suggest. I listed all of the measures done by St. Kitts. I said to the President that I am quoting
Senator Fede, Senator Fede,
yeah.
I think the member actually agreed with you, and he said they probably just came off.
No.
He acknowledged that. So I think he accepted and he moved on. So let's move on. Thank you.
But St. Kitts came out way back in 2008.
He said, he indicated when you mentioned to him off record, he indicated they may have just came off. He indicated that. He accepted that. So let's move on. Thank you.
Madam President, you see, my colleague has tried to develop a skill that he has not mastered. And I will remind him that I am still a school teacher. And there are some little tricks that don't work when I am the one on my feet. First of all, I did not identify St. Kitts on my feet as being under the IMF. I did not. I mentioned Grenada, and his colleague quite correctly interjected. And I agreed that they may have come off referring to Grenada. And Madam President, he heard me. That is his habit. He heard me. But he's trying to bring in an argument that I did not offer. And I'll show you another example of that, Madam President, as I rebut. You see, it's not by accident that the senator, the opposition, leader of opposition business continues to do that. Madam President, he did the same thing when he tried to ignore certain statements that were made and brought his own arguments. For example, when Senator Jean made reference to the budget, right? And pretending that he didn't hear that she had quoted the primary surplus. He pretended he didn't hear the word primary. And then she had to stand up and do it. And I also remember in my case where the senator also pretended that he didn't hear me say the growth, the unemployment rate had declined, was the lowest since 2010. You had to tell him that, Madam President. I honestly don't believe he didn't hear when I said 2010. So he selectively picks up what he thinks he can wiggle around. But as a good old school teacher, you know, sometimes you have to look for these little tricks and then catch people when they do it. So that's not going to work. Madam President, I will continue. Now, when you try to suggest that people do not have confidence in our government and they cannot borrow, so they have to go on the RSS, Madam President, that argument is a direct, it's contrary and a direct opposite of what is exactly happening. It is because investors have confidence in us, in the government of St. Lucia, that they are going for our bonds so quickly that we don't have to go and borrow directly and from other sources. So an indication of confidence is when people roll over your bonds and they buy and they take your bonds. It's not that we cannot borrow elsewhere. We choose to use the long-term instruments. That is what we choose to do. And not just jump at every opportunity to get money because it's offered at 0.5%, let's borrow. There's money to be borrowed, let's go and borrow. That's not the point. The point is that the government made it clear that we are going for longer-term instruments rather than short-term. That's the point. Madam President, there was an argument also offered about interest rates. The interest rate of 7%. Why that interest rate was of 7%? Although we didn't say that, we said up to, the motion states up to, but they wanted to play around the interest rates. And so the argument being offered was that we in St. Lucia are the ones borrowing at the highest interest rates. As if the interest rates are only about us. There's nowhere else in the region where these interest rates have gone up. Madam President, we all know that since this war in Ukraine, inflation has gone up. And around the world, interest rates have gone up everywhere. There are banks that have collapsed, Madam President. Silicon Valley in the great United States. And I think there's another one, Signature Bank. There are banks, big, huge financial institutions that have collapsed in big countries, as if to suggest that we are an isolated, an isolated phenomenon, and that's the only place that interest rates are so high. Madam President, I believe the opposition is fully aware of the reality, and making those statements in the House, in the Senate, is deliberate. It's not because of ignorance. They know. Nobody could tell me that the opposition is not aware that interest rates have gone up around the world, and everybody is struggling to try to get the very best rate they can get. So that argument, again, is deliberate and is being placed to just try to distract and derail. But it's not going to work. Now, Madam President, I heard the mention of charcoal in the discussion. I'm sure I did. I am sure I did. When somebody was trying to, empathize and cry like the leader is good at, try to pretend that, we should be thinking about charcoal. And Madam President, I think it was this government then that was, what they bring a tax on charcoal, and then the whole country, was making comments about tax le chebon. Madam President, bon me do ça à Creole. Moi tan yon se collègue moi là qui parler di chebon. Quand dit c'est forcé à charbon. Qui parler di chebon et puis manière moun ka souffert et yo ka ça ka fait yo la peine. Mais Madame Président, d'autres l'année qui passée, gouvernement a bas conduit moun là qui en charge yo. Te vle mettre taxe en les moun qui ka fait chebon. Et puis les techniciens dit awa yo he dit ça vie jodi a ka venir ici à parler de chebon. Madam President, ça c'est un blague qui est ici. We have to get serious about these things. We cannot come here and behave as if we are so empathetic and understanding of the people of this country that we want to be the champion. I hear people talking about champion the cause of democracy in this country. Champion the cause of democracy. As if we have forgotten. We have not. But we have to move on. Madam President, I want to wrap up. And I want to share a little bit of maybe experience, knowledge, just all advice. You don't have to take it. Instead of all the simagui and all of these things that are going on in this chamber, Madam President, one of the arguments that was raised was about unemployment. And in that argument, the leader of opposition business used or attempted to use the social and economic review in much the same way that I saw someone else trying to do that a week ago, excuse me, which was then in reading month. And I think he was attempting to get me to come over here and give him a reading lesson like was given to his leader. But you see, Madam President, in this chamber, I have always said that I do not descend to these kinds of antics. I prefer to stand here and debate the issue, present my argument, and stand by it. I am not going to be tempted to bring him across and give him a lesson in anything. Because as an old teacher, as an experienced teacher, when you have a class and there's a student who needs individual attention, it is better to pull him out and give him that individual attention without compromising the time of the whole class. So instead of doing so, Madam President, I will offer the leader of the opposition business some of my time during our break, if he wants me to do so, to go back to the social economic review for us to discuss it. But I would not take this Senate's time to deal with something that has been dealt with in another chamber, something that was clarified and made clear regarding these interest rates, these unemployment figures, something that was lucidly clear, to come back here and try to redo or undo it. I'm not going to be tempted. And so I resisted that temptation, and I want to say, let us stop doing that type of maneuvering in this place. This is not what we are here for. And so, Madam President, I want to remind St. Lucians that this motion is about sourcing finance on their behalf to ensure that we deliver on the promises that we made to the people of this country, to put our country back on a path of security with regard to the economy, to pay for some of the debt that this government, this last opposition in government then, have incurred on our people. As was said by Senator Shah, to protect our country's reputation out there and to deliver to the people of St. Lucia in the best way that we can the projects, the initiatives, and the resources that they truly deserve. So, Madam President, I once again put this motion to this chamber for its approval and look forward to the implementation of the projects that we will all benefit from through this motion. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum interest rate of 7% per annum. C, the amount of EC $32,100,000 for financing the 2023-2024 budget, and D, the amount of EC $433,500,000 for refinancing existing debts. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I wish to present the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 22(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by affirmative resolution of Parliament, establish a special fund to collect money that must be used for a specific purpose. And whereas it is further provided under Section 22(2) of the Act that a resolution under subsection 1 must state A, the purpose of the special fund, B, the money to be paid into the special fund, C, the means of collecting money to be paid into the special fund, D, the source of the monies of the special fund, E, the accounting officer responsible for the administration of the special fund, F, the term for which the special fund should be maintained. And whereas the Minister for Finance, with the approval of Parliament, considers it necessary to establish a special fund to be known as the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund, the fund, for the purpose of providing monies to execute an anti-crime initiative, including crime prevention, law enforcement, and other measures for national security. And whereas the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises A, in relation to the Proceeds of Crime Act Cap 3.04, 1, under Section 9, cash forfeited, 2, under Section 10, the proceeds of a sale of forfeited property, 3, under Section 14, the proceeds of charging order, 4, under Section 17, monies paid into specification of a confiscated order, satisfaction of a confiscated order, B, sums referred to under paragraph A that must be paid into a bank account approved by the Accountant General in charge of the Attorney General. And whereas Section 23(1) of the Act relating to payment and accounting procedures applies the fund. And whereas, in accordance with Section 23(2) and 3 of the Act, A, the accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. B, the statements under paragraph A must include 1, a statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund, 2, a detailed statement of receipts and payment of the fund, and 3, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. And whereas the permanent secretary or the Attorney General, of the Attorney General's chambers is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. And whereas the fund must be maintained unless it is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Attorney General to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that a purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future, or the terms specified in the resolution for the fund has expired. Be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund for the purpose of providing monies for providing let me just make sure I get that again, Madam President. For the purpose, for the purpose of providing monies to execute an anti-crime initiative, including crime prevention, law enforcement, and other measures for national security. Be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1, in relation to the proceeds of Crime Act Cap 304, A, under Section 9, cash forfeited. B, under Section 10, the proceeds of a sale of forfeited property. C, under Section 14, the proceeds of a charging order. D, under Section 17, monies paid in satisfaction of a confiscated order. 2, sums referred to under paragraph 1 that have been paid into a bank account approved by the Accountant General in the charge of the Attorney General. B, in accordance with Section 23(2) and 3, the Act 1 of the Act, 1, the accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2, the statements under subparagraph 1 must include A, a statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund. B, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund. And C, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C, Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. D, the permanent secretary of the Attorney General's office or chambers is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. E, the fund must be maintained unless 1, it is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Attorney General to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled, or no longer exists, and in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that the purpose of the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future. Or 2, the terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. Now, Madam President, this motion, in terms of its content, no, that's fine, I'm good. In terms of its content, really was extensive in detail, but I just wish to point out just a couple of things by way of further explanation. This anti-crime fund, Madam President, requires the proceeds, or is required by the Proceeds of Crimes Act, and it has to be properly accounted for, and that will give some greater transparency when this fund is set up, and as well as what happens and how the use of the funds are accounted for. So hence all of these various conditions were set out in the motion itself, in the body of the motion. Now, Madam President, if we consider the increased allocation that the Prime Minister announced, or allocations he announced in his budget, particularly for crime, we were very clear that healthcare and crime were top priority in this current fiscal period's budget. It is very consistent with what we're doing here, because since there's going to be an increased allocation, there needs also to be increased monitoring and transparency and processes. Madam President, we all agree that crime prevention and law enforcement is something that we need to continue to work very hard on. It will provide an option for the fund and the anti-crime initiatives to be undertaken by the government in that area. Now, Madam President, one may not remember, some of us here are not, are still quite young, but I just want to remind the Senate that some time ago in 2011, there was actually something very similar that was tabled, and I think at the time it was called a security tax bill. I will reserve further comments on that for now, but if it's necessary, I will provide further discussion or further explanation. But it is interesting that this is not something that has come before this House for the very first time, and perhaps if we reflect on the situation then, we would have understood why it may have come up. So from time to time, governments face situations and they need to take certain actions and enact or amend legislation to facilitate these actions. And so, Madam President, having provided the additional bit of information, I look forward to the concurrence of our members here so that this particular motion can be passed. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund for the purpose of providing monies to execute an anti-crime initiative, including crime prevention, law enforcement, and other measures of national security. Be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1. In relation to the Proceeds of Crime Act, Cap 3.04, A, under Section 9, cash forfeited. B, under Section 10, the proceeds of a sale of forfeited property. C, under Section 14, the proceeds of a charging order. D, under Section 17, monies paid in satisfaction of a confiscation order. 2, sums referred to under subparagraph 1 that have been paid into a bank account approved by the Accountant General in the charge of the Attorney General. B, in accordance with Section 23(2) and 3 of the Act. 1. The accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2. The statements under subparagraph 1 must include A, a statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund. B, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund, and C, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C, Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. D, the Permanent Secretary of the Attorney General's Chambers is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. E, the fund must be maintained unless 1. It is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Attorney General to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and, in the opinion of the Minister, there is no likelihood that a purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future, or 2, the terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. Senator Fede.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief. Madam President, this bill, this motion is an important motion brought before the government here today. In theory, I support the idea that you would have a fund that would go towards fighting crime. Anything we can do to help to reduce the levels of crime that's affecting our country at this time, Madam President, is rather crucial. And we in the opposition would have no issues supporting it in theory. But I have a lot of questions about the fund and how it's going to be governed. Madam President, I am sorry if the information is contained here, but I haven't seen or read, and maybe the leader of government business can answer in his rebuttal, what is in this piece of legislation to protect so-called criminals from political victimization, for example. I ask this question because what I have seen around the world, Madam President, there have been instances where people's assets have been freezed by a particular government and to be unfrozen by another government. What are the standards, what are the criteria that the government is going to use to ensure that the citizens of the country are protected from any opportunity or any potential of people being politically victimized? I do note that the motion seeks to give whoever the Minister of Finance is, and our Constitution is clear that the Minister of Finance has to be an elected representative. He has to be someone who is in the underbelly or someone who is in the forefront of politics. And so if the leader of government business can help us, maybe quote a clause in this bill that would help us to give us more clarity so that we can understand that individuals are not going to be targeted because they are supporting a particular party, and that goes for both political sides, whether it's the UWP are in government or the SLP is in government. You know, within the sector that we're in, there's so many allegations of corruption being leveled at politicians all the time. And so, Madam President, I haven't seen, though, anyone being brought to a court, anyone being, for example, tried or punished for any of the numerous allegations that have been made in the political landscape of corruption. I mean, in this house, just being here for about the last 2 years, members opposite have hurled words of corruption. There's a favorite senator of mine on that side who likes to throw that during the last cabinet I was in, there was so much corruption that was going on. But yet, after being 2 years in government, they have not been able to prove to anyone that there was any corruption. They have not provided any report. They have not provided any evidential fact. No one has been hauled before the courts. I haven't seen any evidential fact. So this is important that we ensure that this is governed properly, so that tomorrow we don't hear that because this is a political adversary, that person is going to be targeted because of their political persuasion. And I raise this as an important point because I think that this has to be void of policy. So bear with me, leader of government business. I'm just asking for some clarity. Where does this stand? The other point I want to raise is who will be managing this fund and how those personnel are going to be selected. So forgive me, it probably does, I'm sure it does, but please point out to us how this is going to work. The whole issue of process, I would like some more details on how exactly the fund is going to work. Obviously, Madam President, we are in an era where the world is very, very cautious, very anxious about issues of money laundering and all kinds of criminal and illicit activities that is impacting the world. The other question that we may have to ask is that if we do not subscribe to drug money or we do not subscribe to bad money, we have to, is there going to be any limit as to what we will allow to enter the fund, or will we just accept every single dollar that we can get from would-be criminals? I would like to ask whether there are some standards set here. Is there any morality attached to this where the government is saying that maybe there are certain types of monies that we just will not accept because these monies were gained with such illicit activities, and to ensure that we preserve the reputation of the state, that the state will have no dealings with such funds. But it is for me, in theory and in concept, something that the opposition would support to ensure that the crime-fighting initiative of the country would be given every opportunity to finance itself. We have a very, very grave situation in our hands. For me, Madam President, that situation, the government hasn't handled it well. They've not been able to get on top of it, in my view. People, meanwhile, are feeling extremely unsafe. People are feeling extremely anxious about the prevailing crime situation in the country. And the government behaves as though it is business as usual. When you raise the issues and you say that, look, these are very valid concerns about the crime situation, they think that it's just for political points. But what it is, Madam President, is that when you go through the length and breadth of this country, there's an uneasiness. There is an anxiety that people are feeling as it pertains to the crime situation. The leader of government business, in his explanation, said that healthcare and crime is one of the top priorities. Healthcare and security. And he mentioned that they're going to be receiving corresponding funding. Now, what I take issue with is that in the estimates, the healthcare budget, in terms of the allocation for the previous year, have actually declined from what you allocated in the last year. So there'll have to be some explanation that if you're saying that you have put on a security and health tax, which is 2.5%, and which plans to raise, I think, about $30 million. If that is the case, and then you come to your budget statement, this estimates and revenues of expenditures, how is it that you're raising extra monies? You are saying on your revenue side of the equation that you're going to be raising $30 million in order to have more money for healthcare, but yet in your own projections, it shows that you are going to be reducing the amount that you are spending on healthcare for this fiscal year. That really beats me. Please explain that, leader of government business. But I think that, the intention to forfeit the assets of criminals, I think that the opposition as a concept, we have no problems with that. Anything that you can do to help to ameliorate the very, very dangerous crime situation affecting the country is something that you would get 200% support from us. We want to see our streets safe again. We want to see you, the government, succeeding at ensuring that businesses feel safe, that the amount of robberies which we see in the country don't happen on a regular basis as they do. We want to see a reduction in the number of mothers who are crying ever so often on television for lost teenagers who are dying and who are victims of this very perilous crime situation which we face. We want to see more than just a fund as it relates to reducing the number of brothers and sisters who have lost loved ones because of this perilous crime situation. We would want to see more than just a fund. We want to see you coming with a policy to reduce the amount of guns that are coming into the country at the borders. We would want to see how you're going to protect our borders. So funding these initiatives, I think it's important, and this fund certainly looks in the right direction. But this fund by itself is going to have to accompany so many more measures and not more talk. The government is certainly talking more than they are working, and they have failed the people as it relates to the whole question of managing crime. Madam President, when the leader of your country says that he wasn't the policeman, his father was, that's really disappointing. And I'm sorry, it doesn't inspire confidence in the people of St. Lucia. We've had tourists who have come to our beautiful paradise that we sell abroad, and they have been mugged and robbed, and they have been harassed, and so therefore a lot is at stake, because a lot of our residents are really depending on those jobs within the tourism sector. And if you don't deal with this, if you pretend like it is business now, and the senator goes, has it started now? No, I'm not saying it has started now. Obviously, we had a lot of it to deal with as well. But what I'm saying is not a tit for tat. You're missing the point, Senator. This is not a debate as to whether UWP or SLP did better at crime. This is, the fact is, whether you're SLP or UWP, our very survival, the very fabric of our society is on the precipice of being destroyed and decimated by this scourge that we call the crime situation. This is a cancer eating away at our very dreams and aspirations. And we've got to, and which is why I'm saying, Madam President, that the opposition supports this bill in theory. But what we have to also say to you, that while we support this motion, thanks for the correction, while we support this motion, what we also want to see is more urgency from you to deal with a number of the problems. You guys are too occupied in the lower house with...
Senator, let's use the language that is appropriate, not you guys.
Senators. the governing party, in my view, you've got so much to deal with. I wonder, why do you take so much time with the two members in the lower house, Bradley Felix and Honorable Alan Chasney? They have been central of your focus rather than dealing with why you come to the House, Madam President. And so they haven't focused on important initiatives like this one, like making sure the leader of government business spent a few minutes just to explain to us why this is so important. And I'm sorry why I had to beg for clarity, because it is one thing reading the legislation, and it's quite a big piece of legislation, 103 pages long. And so, Madam President, in order to understand the context and where the government is going, we want some more explanation from the government to say, look, we're bringing this bill to the House. We are bringing this motion to the House to ensure that we can put ourselves in a better position to be able to deal with crime. We're going to confiscate the monies from illicit activities, whether it is money laundering. We're going to set an example from our own cabinet. We're going to make sure that if there's anyone in our cabinet that is under suspicion for any illicit activity, that we will deal with them. We will find the courage to get rid of them from our cabinet. And this is the kind of explanation we want to see, the kind of context that we would want to see the government side establish, so that when we come, we don't have questions on very important pieces of legislation like this one. Because in theory, it is an important motion, Madam President. And so why we're asking for clarity, because this is too important. The intent of this bill is too important for us to just sit down and say, well, I think that this is straightforward. It is not straightforward. Not whilst our country is going through the difficulty that we're facing right now with crime. Not when we are creating this impression, and certainly if you ask the people of St. Lucia, they believe that the criminals are more powerful than the law enforcement officials. And so we must take our country back collectively, which is why the leader of the opposition and the United Workers' Party, we suggested to the government that in addition to very important initiatives like these, you need to have a command center to fight crime. We would love to sit down to speak to the government to see how collectively we have constituents as well. And so to see how we can ensure that together we can deal with this crime situation, which is affecting all of us, whether you're UWP or SLP. It is too vital for crime to be politicized. It is too much is at stake. I recall, Madam President, just in the weekend when we had the expat who was murdered in Soufrière, and the amount of bad press that we received in the UK market, where the gentleman was from, the second largest tourism market. And there we were being placed in a bad light on every single major network in the UK, on every single major newspaper, where they have said that, paradise have gone wrong. And so when you've got this, it is only a matter of time that you will continue to see that the gains that you have made and the reputation that you have built to be this amazing place, this mystical place that people should come to visit, that people then have to wonder whether they're going to be safe when they come to St. Lucia. Now, that is important to the thousands that are depending on their living to feed their families in St. Lucia. And so we must ensure that a few unsavory characters, because I don't believe that, I think most St. Lucians are decent people, that we must do everything, and this is a step in the right direction, to also impose sanctions on their assets, so that if they are tried for a specific crime, for example, and let's say they're found guilty, that they are not empowered by their financial wealth to also call shots from the inside, or they're not empowered by their financial wealth to be able to use their monies to create more criminal activity. So we support the intent. We do. But the government now must do more. Instead of protecting the victory, the government must protect the people of St. Lucia from the criminal elements of this country. So, very important, very critical, and so we had to, Madam President, ensure that we sound our voice on this all-important matter, because too much is at stake. Imagine when we had the situation in Viewfort. Look at the amount of time that students lost because of the schools being closed, and because parents were afraid to send their children to school, and because entire sections of the community was seen as a no-go zone by residents. And so when we have reached the stage, this has reached crisis proportion. So we have got to ensure that we arrest this situation. It is not good. And it is not good enough for us to come and say, well, the UWP had more crime and Labour had more crime. That doesn't solve anything. We've got to fix it. You are the government now. You are in charge. The opposition is willing to join forces with you to help the situation so that we can have a holistic approach to dealing with this problem. Crime affects UWP supporters. Crime affects Labour Party supporters. There is no color or there's no political inclination when it comes to the victims of crime. And so we've got to ensure that a bipartisan approach is deployed so that we can deal with this once and for all. Too many mothers have lost young teenage sons. When we think of the fact that this is having an impact on the most productive sector of our society, the youth of our country, and when we think of how much talent, and when we think of what could have been, when we think of how many businesses that we have lost in those lives, and how many assignments, great projects that could have happened, great movements that should have started, this is too important for us to make this about politics. I plead to you. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Toussaint, are you? Senator Aziz, my apologies.
Madam President, good morning to all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to just share a few thoughts on this motion. No, thank you. I'm good here. Thanks. Thank you. On this motion before the House on the establishment of an anti-crime initiative fund. It really moves my heart to when parliamentarians speak so passionately about issues of crime and its negative impact on our economic space. The harsh reality, though, is that we have to be very careful while we are expressing so eloquently our views upon the perceived impact of crime, that we do not politicize the issue. The worst thing we can do with crime is politicize the issue, because the harsh reality is crime and the communities which are currently inflamed have been before us for decades. They have been sitting and they have been festering. We are past the point of no return when it comes to dealing with violent crimes. There is nothing that we can do, to my mind right now, to get us back into a safe zone. What we have to desperately try to do is address our failures and our shortcomings as policymakers, and to dramatically expedite healing that must come to these communities in order to mitigate issues of violent crime. My hope is that this anti-crime initiative fund will include in it a lot more social programs that are critical to the healing of these communities. I am not too very clear on, on what the funds are going to be used for, but I dare say that the whole concept of fighting crime, that concept, that psychological approach to addressing crime in order to mitigate it, is a short-term measure and not a long-term healing of these communities that we need. Land rationalization programs, critical if you want to fight crime. Addressing the rehabilitation of prisoners when they try to be reintegrated into our communities. That is critical in addressing crime. Transforming our education system, being our brothers and sisters' keeper, so that when you see kids out of school when they should be in school, you deal with it, you address it. Reforming the education system so we don't just ostracize and kick our kids out or lock them out of the system, because we are in a society that punishes our youth for misbehavior and deviant behavior, ostracize them, label these communities as dark zones where no one should go because they're depressed and they're poor. And when crime inflates and the gun is pointed in our direction, all of a sudden there is a national call and everyone becomes an expert in what we need to do to heal crime. And then there is also the regrettable, desperate attempt to try to be the hero in solving crime. And when the reality is, this is not something that can be solved by any political party. If anything, political parties have failed us time and time again. This is an opportunity for civil society to be the tip of the spear, and I encourage all political parties to fall in line and get behind civil society actors that have been walking these communities, sitting with these people, not for political gains, right? Not to be expedient politically, but to sit down and to listen, finally to hear the cries of these people and to understand what their issues are. It is unacceptable when these individuals lose loved ones that the only thing we do is show up with our armed guards, our police officers, our SSU. But in showing up, where are our social service programs and our support programs? Where are our counselors and these people who can intervene at the developmental level? You know, where is the caring? Where's the compassion? It's usually absent from the initial show of solution. And so we have to ensure that our funds that we set up and the programming of financing, for heaven's sake, it is used realistically to address the needs and the issues and the concerns of these people. Our communities have been suffering from decades of unresolved trauma. And when you come to these communities and you tell people, shut up, I'm speaking, keep quiet, I'm listening, the society defines you as being deviant right now. These things are just going to polarize our people even more, right? And they're going to shock our communities into an area that I personally, I think, for many of these community residents, hope is lost. When I speak to them, when I walk and I go, because I've had the privilege of being invited to, outside of being called by other civil society organizations to get involved, I don't think that I would ever have cause to interact with these inner cities communities. And I share that with you, Madam President, very truthfully, okay? Because where I live, the things I do is very disconnected from our inner cities. I have no business showing up there. But when other civil society actors say, listen, you had better get involved because this is going to come knocking at your doorstep. And in order to demonstrate corporate social responsibility, and in order to try to define myself as a citizen who cares about another citizen, I show up and we sit and we speak to these people, right? For no reason but to listen and to hear what they have to say. And they tell me and my partners who go that they're sick, tired, and fed up with the political actors that come around and shop for votes once every 5 years. They're sick, tired, and fed up of the social service systems that don't come often enough to address their needs. They're sick, tired, and fed up of the education system that locks them out. They're sick, tired, and fed up of the private sector that doesn't want to give them a job because of the community that they were born in, or where they live, where they come from. There is a sense of hopelessness, right? So I caution against any political party using this as an opportunity to score quick points. That's not going to help the situation. I caution against setting up these funds just for the sake of harnessing and stockpiling cash, right? That's not going to help the situation. We have to focus, use these funds, use the financing for more healing-oriented interventions and actions and activities that will connect with the desperate needs of our people. You don't hold people in communities in which they cannot have access to the land that they've been squatting on for decades. That's not right. You don't incarcerate someone, they've served their time, they've paid their dues to society as we have imposed upon them. And when they come out and try to reintegrate and become citizens that want to make a contribution, we lock them out of it. Deprive them of the opportunities, right? So if we are going to make a meaningful change in the future of our country and the current trajectory that we're on, we have to do things sensibly. We have to do things truthfully and honestly, because our people are getting wiser and the temptations are getting, the evil that beckons to their souls is becoming more and more tempting to them as we continue to fail them day in and day out. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Toussaint.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I just want to stand in a show of support for the motion before us, and I intend to be brief in the definition of the word brief. No, I'm defining brief, not brief like my colleague senator on the other side. Madam President, I want to as well support a lot of what the senator before me indicated in terms of not just establishing a fund for establishing a fund's sake, but to actually, and I'm looking forward to the initiatives that this fund will fund that will actually lend itself to a change in the landscape, a change in what we have become too familiar with. A next one die, a next one shot, a next one gone. So that, and I know it will be something incremental, it will not be overnight, but perhaps by the time my children become adults in this society, that we will see significant changes to what has become our new normal. Madam President, I support the notion of not politicizing crime, or not making crime partisan rather, because in essence, crime and the legislation and the initiatives surrounding the phenomena will obviously be aligned to something political, because it is political actors who are responsible for the legislation, to determine where resources are allocated, to determine what programs are initiated. But the danger in that, Madam President, is making it partisan. And Madam President, I find that it is so devious that very often the persons who actually verbalize, let's not make it political, in the same breath, in the very essence of the words that they utter, Madam President, are in fact doing just that. And we need to guard ourselves against that, Madam President. So yes, I look forward to an anti-crime fund, Madam President, going towards initiatives such as social and safety nets. And of course, like I indicated, I'm not going to make it partisan, but I must make it political, that this government, this Labour Party administration, is known to be the grouping that has always focused very, very heavily on social programs and safety net programs. Madam President, we can go back in history and remember programs such as, well, currently Hope. We can go back and remember programs such as Smiles. We can go back, Madam President, and remember institutions such as the NSDC, all developed to give our young people, to give persons in society second chances, opportunities to be engaged in things that are meaningful and things that can lend itself to ensuring that they remain on the straight and narrow. And so perhaps they have been sometimes underutilized, underfinanced, underused, Madam President, but the point is that there have been initiatives, and I do look forward to ensuring that these initiatives continue. I know sometimes the initiatives are not necessarily what the people who are actually involved in criminal activity, they may not be aligned to what exactly they want. And so as a people and as a government, we have to continue to walk the walk, like the senator before me indicated. Go to the communities we declare to be deprived and forgotten, and understand what the real issues are and what they want and what they need. And so we develop programs around that, Madam President. Madam President, over the last few months, of course, Vieux Fort has been in the hot spot. And the reality is, every time I hear Vieux Fort defined in that way, it saddens me. It saddens me because, and I guess there has not come the point where we're going to move away from the South-North divide. Because it has appeared to me over the last couple months that the situation that had been occurring in Vieux Fort, it has appeared to a lot of persons who have spoken about it that it's an isolated situation. And I want to say here, Madam President, that the situation is not isolated to Vieux Fort. That criminal activity has been around. Criminal activity has been happening throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia. But yet still the people of the South has been made to feel like we are an enigma, like we are lepers, Madam President. And I want to say here that I want to speak for the people of the South, that you need to stop making us feel that way. We are productive members of society, Madam President. And very often, as much as you hear persons say, just a few persons, but Vieux Fort and the South has been labeled in such a negative way, Madam President. And this itself is lending to a lot of persons ascribe to the behavior because we're labeled that way, Madam President. And I just want to air a sound of caution where that is concerned. Madam President, I look forward to an anti-crime fund being used to increase the programs at our correctional facilities, Madam President. Too often, persons walk out of this facility and they walk out sometimes even worse than when they walked in, Madam President. And so I look forward to an increase in the programs in that facility to ensure that we are actually having people who walk out of there rehabilitated, not just in name, but in what we see as they come out, Madam President. I look forward to increase in after-school programs, Madam President. And just, I think, last month it was, in the community of Bellevue in Vieux Fort North, a new smart classroom was officially opened with funding from the Taiwanese government, Madam President. And so I look forward to that community, like many other communities around St. Lucia, where we have labs with computers and smart classrooms, and to be actually utilized, Madam President. And we should not sit down as community people and wait on central government to put these programs in place. As community leaders, all of us have a responsibility, Madam President, to ensure that we make use of these facilities to save our boys and to save our girls from ending up as statistics, Madam President. Madam President, I heard a lot of things uttered on the other side that I know that my able leader of government business will address in his rebut. But we have to be careful, Madam President, that whilst we say let's not politicize the issue, that we begin now to question the legitimacy of our judicial system, the legitimacy of the persons responsible for administering and working in that arm of government, Madam President. And I just want to stick a pin. After the recent CPA exams, I had a conversation with a principal in my constituency who indicated to me that I think there may have been a question on the exam which referred to the government system, Madam President, and the students indicated that they had had issues with it, Madam President. And I want to implore us seated around this table that when we get opportunities to teach our young people, our children, certain things, that we should take the opportunity, Madam President. We all know that the government has a unit has 3 arms, and these arms should be working independently of each other. But when we hear perhaps allegations, perhaps simulations about the influence of perhaps the executive or the administrative arm as it comes to with relation to the judiciary, this is not a teaching moment for our students, Madam President, and we have to be careful that those of us who sit in these high levels of government should not mislead the children of this nation, Madam President. And so I also heard the member opposite, Madam President, speak to that the anti-crime fund should not operate in isolation, and I agree, Madam President. But we should not also run away from the fact that we have seen a lot of other initiatives, Madam President, geared towards lending itself to fighting the scourge of crime in this country, Madam President. And we should not then mislead the nation to say that the government is not doing anything. I will agree if you tell me that the government is not doing enough, because I do not think that enough has ever been done. I do not think that enough is being done now. I think there is so much more that we can do. And if we listen carefully to the independent senator, we would have heard a lot of other initiatives, and the independent senator knows very well what some of them can be, because like he said, he has been in the communities. Just was it last week Tuesday, I sat down in a press lunch at Viewfort, Madam President. Seeds for Justice, Peace, Economic Prosperity in St. Lucia initiative, and I was invited to that press lunch, Madam President, being one because of the area in which I work, and having been identified as a leader in the community. And of course I saw the independent senator amongst the midst of the persons who have been on the ground working to ensure that these changes are made. And I agree with him as well that our political figures, Madam President, should probably take a cue from the private sector, from civil society, to ensure that they do things like that, Madam President. And so we cannot have this conversation, Madam President, without highlighting the other things in collaboration with the anti-crime fund that the government has initiated to ensure that we bring this thing under control. Madam President, I will be the first to say that sometimes I feel that our legislation is more reactive when it comes to issues concerning crime rather than proactive. And so there has to be a balance between what we do to prevent and what we do to save those who are there already, and what we do as continuous programs and initiatives to ensure that we bring it under control. And so, Madam President, I want to, and while I was at the press lunch, must I say, I also heard the persons at the head table indicate that they had made a proposal to the government with regards to what are some of the programs and initiatives that can be initiated. And from what I got from them, the feedback from government was positive, Madam President. And so this to me speaks to an administration who's serious about ensuring that we do what we can. And we need to understand as well that gouvernement yon pas à faire tout ça qui brise fait. Moi, Madam President, teacher community, police la, Madam President, leader group la community, the footballer, the child, the farmer, the fisherman, everybody has to play their part in ensuring that we bring this issue to an arrest, Madam President, because at the end of the day, when it spirals out of control, it affects each and every one of us. And so I want to speak, like I said, Madam President, for a few minutes on the other initiatives that this government has initiated to ensure that they play their part. And of course, there is a big part that the government must play, again in conjunction with civil society, to ensure that we bring this thing under control. Madam President, the very declaration at the opening of this session of Parliament and the pronouncements of the Prime Minister, Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, in terms of the focus of this year's budget on health and security, to me is a statement pregnant with meaning, Madam President. A statement of hope that there is focus on the things that matter. Health and security of a nation is very important. Madam President, there has been allocation of resources to the police, Madam President, and like I say, we can say that perhaps they need 100 vehicles. And they've not been given 100 vehicles, but there have been resources allocated, Madam President. Madam President, intervention through the RSS, Madam President. Madam President, increase in the penalties. We came to this very honorable house, and when persons say that they're putting an anti-crime fund, but they're not doing anything else, we came to this very house, Madam President, and we looked at increase in penalties for the use of illegal guns. Was that not something done, or were we sleeping on the other side? Were we absent from our seat as usual, so we can't speak to it? Madam, we heard the pronouncements of police headquarters, the police headquarters in Vieux-Fort, and it may not be any coincidence that there was a spiral of criminal activity in Vieux-Fort, because the police officers in Vieux-Fort, they are frustrated, they have been frustrated. Madam President, I spoke to some of the police officers right after that shooting in the fishing pond, and they did not want to speak to me about the incident that had happened, Madam President. You devle parler ba moi about manière c'est madame, c'est police madame là, yo pas ni côté pour changer radio. When they're on their period, Madam President, they don't have a place that is secure and safe and private enough to deal with the business of their monthlies, Madam President. They wanted to speak to the lack of security of the building, Madam President. They wanted to speak to the lack of resources in that place, Madam President. They wanted to speak about being tired of being moved from place to place. That is what I spoke to them in the car park at the fishing pond on that day, Madam President. In all my brokenness, in all my heartbreak, in all my being scared of and being traumatized about what had just happened right before my eyes, I had to stand up in that car park and speak to the police officers about these issues, Madam President. That's a reality that has existed, but we've heard now that the Prime Minister has declared that work will be done on the police headquarters in Vieux-Fort, in Canaries, in Micoud, in Richford, in Marchand, the Central Police Headquarters, Crime Prevention Office in collaboration with the SSDS, expansion of Witness Protection Program, $2 million allocated for the Swift Justice Project, construction of custody suites, Madam President. As we speak, the Prime Minister is meeting with the Vice President of the US to speak about issues related to crime and illegal guns, Madam President. So how could you then make a declaration misleading the people of St. Lucia? And Madam President, if you realize I indicated that, I will never be the one to say that this is enough. Makai di sa nou ka fe a iase. La toujou ni pli bagay pou fe. Se criminal la ka vini pli boave. They're getting more sophisticated. And so we have to try to move ahead of them, Madam President. We have to try to nip the problem at the bud. We have to meet the children as little as they are, Madam President, to prevent them from going down that route, Madam President. We have to put things in place. We have to ensure that we continue to decrease the unemployment rate. And not just decrease the unemployment rate, but to create jobs that are sustainable, Madam President. And so yes, I support a youth economy that gives the young people of this country an avenue to change their hobbies into something that will create money for them, Madam President, so they're not enticed by this life of fast money, Madam President. Of course, I support an initiative of the MSME loan grant facility, Madam President, to give business persons, people with a plan, whether existing or whether in their mind and coming up, an avenue to beef up what they're doing, to increase what they're doing. Madam President, I know a young lady who I attended school with. She is from the community of Bruceville. And of course, with everything that was happening in the community, she's into the food service business. She has a small business and she does catering for meetings and so on, and also certain days in the week she sells food, she has her clients and so on. And of course she was affected by what was happening in Beaufort, and she reached out to me, and I was able to speak with her, and her question is, what next? What do I do next? And I was able to give her some level of hope through some of the government initiatives. And Madam President, only last week Friday, I think it was, she indicated to me that, look, I have applied to the Youth Economy Agency, and she had to pitch her business idea to the panel. And I sat with her, Madam President, looked at her business plan, and I was able to assist her to put her pitch together. Madam President, this is what this government is offering to the young people of this country, because she can easily fall. She can easily fall along the wayside. She can easily become part of her extended environment, Madam President, because of what is going on. So my business has been interrupted by criminal activity. That's what's paying Temoy Alila. But no, she is determined to rise above it, Madam President, and this government has given her a platform to be able to do that. After the pitch, she called me and she thanked me for assisting her, and she told me it went well, and I'm looking forward to the next step, Madam President. These are the success stories that live within the same communities that we declare are marginalized, Madam President. There is potential there, but we must create a platform by which our people can take these initiatives and bring them to another level, Madam President. Madam President, so with that being said, and I did say brief, I want to lend my support to the Anti-Crime Fund, Madam President, and I look forward to these types of initiatives being implemented using these funds to do that, so that we can create a dent, Madam President. And I just want to end by saying, Madam President, that whereas on this day, 2023, some persons will speak loudly about what the government should have done and could have done, and of course, like the leader of government business always says, if the advice is good, point advice la. But I remember being quite saddened a couple years ago, Madam President, when St. Lucia hosted a crime symposium at a time where we were also experiencing unprecedented levels of criminal activity, Madam President. And a very essential individual who should have been sitting around the table, Madam President, was absent, was trotting the globe, Madam President, and that speaks volumes. I do not need to remind us of who it is, Madam President. With these few words, Madam President, with these brief few words, Madam President, I thank you for your indulgence.
Senator Lee.
Madam President, just permit me to make some short remarks on this. No, not brief. I'll be short. There's a distinction. Madam President, I've heard a lot said this morning, a lot of which I agree with in terms of steps that can be taken to combat the crime situation in St. Lucia. It's unfortunate that the leader of government business has stepped out, because I recognize that this motion is tied into the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act, which is not yet before us, but will be coming up shortly, because that bill is what will prescribe how these funds are used and who's responsible for them. So, in some way, I'm foreshadowing my comments on the bill, and I ask your discretion and permission to do so. My concern is, I think, the senators who have spoken on this before have quite accurately and correctly noted that anti-crime measures or initiatives cannot be just about crime fighting in the traditional sense. It's not just about putting more police on the ground and giving them more resources, although that's an important part of crime fighting. A lot of it has to be social engagement and re-engineering of the society in which we live. My concern, though, is when I look at the proposed bill, is that it limits the persons who can apply for the use of these funds. And the persons that it's limiting it to are, unfortunately, primarily targeted or concerned with crime fighting as opposed to crime prevention in the broader sense. I'm hoping that I'm wrong, and I'm hoping that in practice it will be widened out. But that is my concern when I read the bill in conjunction with the motion that is before us today. Also, I want to reinforce something that my colleague independent senator said. I know most of us have opinions on how we can combat and steps we can take to reduce crime in St. Lucia, and those are all valid opinions. However, I think the tendency is for us to try to prescribe from outside. So we look at a situation without necessarily speaking to the persons who are living that situation and understanding what their motivations are. And no matter how well-intentioned we might be in prescribing from outside, we are not going to achieve the results that we want unless we sit with these persons, as vile as they may seem, as disreputable as they may seem. The only way that we're going to be able to adequately address how they've ended up in these situations is to actually sit with them, and most importantly, to listen to what they have to say. These persons are oftentimes extremely articulate and know exactly what they're doing, they know exactly why they're doing it, and they also understand how they've ended up in the situation that they are. So if we take the lessons that they are willing to teach us and willing to give us, I think we can achieve a much more holistic and much more ultimately successful approach to fighting crime. So we have to move away from prescribing from outside and speak to the persons who live in these communities. I also, Madam President, I recognize that myself and persons of my age are at the stage where we're often reflecting on our experiences throughout life, and that's not important. But we're reflecting on things and experiences we've had. And what has struck me is that in a lot of circumstances, things could have gone very, very differently for a lot of us. What made a difference oftentimes was opportunity and having somebody that we could have spoken to and who could have guided us. So again, going back to, I think my colleague senators have really hit the nail on the head. There needs to be a lot of active social intervention, giving persons an outlet where when they have concerns, when they're faced with choices, that they can go to somebody and say, well, hey, this is my situation now. A friend of mine has invited me to go Laba to do certain things. I'm not feeling comfortable about it. What should I do? And sometimes it's very simple and basic things. I have an opportunity to play sports, improve my situation, but I can't afford the boots, so I can't afford training because I just don't have the food. I can't play. And a lot of little social interventions that could be done. Again, if we listen to the communities and the persons who live in the communities, that we could make. And I'm going back again, I'm not repeating myself slightly, but again, a lot of the interventions we make, as well-intentioned as they are, because we've not spoken to the persons in the communities, miss the mark slightly. I was confronted by a colleague of mine, and I know I'm segueing a little bit away from this, but I was accosted, I couldn't say it's probably the best word, by a friend of mine who has an autistic child. And she was complaining about the social assistance that's given because the timing of the monies does not allow her to act in a way which is in the best interest of her child. And again, this is something that could be resolved if the persons who are facing the difficulties are spoken with directly. So I just want to encourage us in moving forward with all the anti-crime initiatives that we want to do. Let us speak to the persons who are living in the communities, the persons who are perhaps committing the crimes or faced with the criminal activity. A lot of us live outside of the communities, as my colleague independent senator pointed out, and we are comfortable enough or sheltered enough that we don't, although we read the news, we feel the general sense of unease, but we don't necessarily, or not necessarily impacted directly by the criminal activities. So we need to step out of ourselves and speak to those persons directly. I wanted to end on a slightly more positive note. My colleague senator mentioned the Youth Economy Agency. And again, speaking to these social interventions that we need to do, I had the good fortune of attending an activity put on by the agency. And the positivity coming out from these young people is something I think we really need to harness. Too often we focus on the negative and all the bad things that are happening, but there are young people in this society who are extremely positive, who are extremely creative, who are extremely ambitious. And we need to make sure that as the decision makers, as the persons at the levers of power, that we do our best to help these young persons to realize their goals and their dreams and their aspirations, and make sure that we create an enabling environment that will enable them to go forward, because that's the best way to affect crime. Because again, these are the persons who are living in these communities, and when the persons around them see, because one of the gentlemen who was there was actually lamenting that as he moves more and more into his entrepreneurial journey, he is seeing himself moving away from the persons in the community that he works with, that he can't reach them, that he's unable. He tries, he said, because what he wants to do is a social entrepreneurial enterprise, but he's trying to reach the young men on the block around him. But even at his young stage, he's realizing that his way of thinking and their way of thinking are becoming divergent. But that being said, I believe that if we put enough of these examples in the communities next to these young men, where they can see, but this is somebody who I grew up with, this is somebody who is my age, this is somebody who is moving on and making different choices, that they too will make those more positive choices. So we need to start reinforcing these positive, youthful images and not just focus, as I think we do sometimes too much, on the negative. And so with those short remarks, Madam President, thank you.
Senator Jean.
Thank you, Madam President. I wouldn't say whether I'll be brief or short. But just, Madam President, to lend my support to the motion before us to establish the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund. Madam President, in preparing for what I consider to be extremely important business of the state, as a government senator, when I receive such motions and instruments, when I receive the order paper, I engage in a period of preparation. And one of the things that I do, recognizing in the case of this motion that it points to a particular piece of legislation, I go in search of that piece of legislation in order that I would not make some errors as it relates to the interpretation of what is before me. And Madam President, I'm a little disturbed that there could be a question of forfeiture of property by government administrations, freezing of property by the government administration. So I want to direct us, Madam President, to the primary act, albeit that there is an amendment coming up before us, but I think the principal legislation still applies. And at Section 4 of the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 3.04, it indicates where a person is convicted of a scheduled offense committed after the coming into force of this act, the Director of Public Prosecutions shall apply to the court for one or both of the following orders: a forfeiture order against property that is tainted property in respect of the scheduled offense, a confiscation order against a person in respect of benefits derived from the person from the commission of a scheduled offense. And several sections within the legislation actually details how that forfeiture takes place. And so it's sort of a little indictment on some of us to even want to point this sort of action on a government when there is a law that prescribes how the procedure is done. Madam President, I also find it a little puzzling that even within the motion, it clearly states that the permanent secretary of the Attorney General's chambers is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. An accounting officer, just as every permanent secretary within the public service, is responsible or the custodian of the funds that have been voted for that particular department. And in this particular case, in addition to the funds that are voted for the Attorney General's chambers or Attorney General's office, the accounting officer, who is the permanent secretary, is responsible for the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund. This is lucidly clear. However, Madam President, we could see sometimes when we are distracted by other things, we may not have the time to go through and read properly and digest what is before us. Madam President, I just want to add my voice to the sentiments that have been expressed by the senators before me, especially Senator Aziz and Senator Tousse, and Senator Lee as well, in highlighting that anti-crime initiatives do not only relate to post measures that are done after the crime has been committed, but in social initiatives that are aimed at reshaping the minds of some people who may have the propensity to get into crime. And Madam President, I'm hearing some people crying about crime, but my question is, what is your contribution to reducing or alleviating the situation that we have in our communities? Madam President, when I see Senator Aziz, he is one that can speak on crime. He is one I know who has been in the forefront of crime fighting by going into the communities, going into the ghettos, going to what we label as inner cities, and speaking to these people on the ground. And I always say, Madam President, that crime fighting is for every single citizen of St. Lucia. The 180,000 people in St. Lucia, each and every one of us is responsible for it. It cannot be just a government initiative. Government would be the backup. And I'm reminded some time ago when I went to Singapore, and we met with the police department. And the chief of police said that there are 3 million police officers in Singapore. And I'm like, but how could they have 3 million police officers in Singapore when there are 3 million people in Singapore? What he was saying is, every single person, every single citizen of Singapore is a police officer. Anything they see wrong being done in their community, on their streets, in their households, they reach out to the police to address it. This is what we need in St. Lucia. And Madam President, I am not one who likes to blow my trumpet. But I could tell you, last 2 years ago, that was 2020 actually, during COVID, I was invited to speak to some young students, female students at a secondary school. And having spoken to them about, a little motivational talk and so on, I was a bit disturbed at even some of the questions that they asked me, because it says that some of these children were at risk. And as I drove out of the parking lot, I called my daughter and I was telling her of the experience I had and how disturbed that I felt. And we came up with the idea of having a skills training program for young ladies in our communities from ages 12 to 17. And partnering with the National Skills Development Center through the Bofamja Foundation, we were successful in providing skills to these, what we call non-traditional skills, to these young people. I can announce that in this year, which would be our third year, last year we included the young men, and this year we're going again with a mixture of young men and young ladies, which is, we have a program called the BJ Yes program, the Bofamja Youth Exploring Skills, where we're inviting 100 students from the ages of 12 to 17, and they will be provided skills in bread, cake and pastry making, hair design, nail art, sound engineering, digital media, and life skills and IT. Our objective of that program is to provide these students, some of them may not be academic, because we know all students are not academic, but they are all at secondary school, some of them struggling with these academic courses. So it is our hope that by exposing them to these skills at the NSDC, they may want to further develop them into employment or into entrepreneurship. So this is our way of reaching out to these young people, because some of them are unable to do these on their own. In addition to that, one of our beneficiary organizations is the Boys Training Center. I was disturbed too that some time ago when we heard of the unsavory incident that occurred by a ward, from a ward of the Boys Training Center, that people almost want to ostracize the center from our society. Madam President, these are delinquent boys who need our help. If we do not intervene as a community, they are going to graduate to the Bodilay. 2 weeks ago, I was part of the BTC Jazz, and I was quite elated to see that these young men were actually involved in singing and participating in the BTC Jazz. These are the things that we need to do in our community, not pointing at governments. I could tell you so far the Bofamja Foundation has not approached the government of St. Lucia for anything. It is through fundraising, it is through contributions from civil society, it is finding donors and so on, that we will assist our young people in St. Lucia. We will assist our delinquent institutions. We will reach out to the New Transit Home, the New Beginnings Transit Home. We will reach out to senior citizens in our community. This is what we must do, and we must be living examples of it. Not come in and point fingers. Gouvernement pa fesi, gouvernement pa fesa, police la pa fesi, police la pa fesa. That is not what we should be doing. So the proceeds of crime, I can say, I agree with the senators before me, that the proceeds of these criminal acts must go to proper interventions that will reshape our society. But this is not enough. Each and every one of us must add to what is being done by the government of St. Lucia, add to what is happening in our communities. Madam President, I remember one morning I was leaving my home, and right across the street from me, there were some young men sitting in the morning smoking marijuana. And I called one of them and I asked him, would you mind if I find you a job? And he said yes. Well, I was helter-skelter looking for a job for him, and I found one. And I can't say today, Madam President, that I don't see that activity in my community anymore. Right next to me, right opposite me. So we have to do what is necessary to assist our community. It cannot only be a government intervention. Each and every one of us, stop pointing fingers, get involved. The Citizens for Peace and Prosperity see what we can do to assist them. Whichever other organizations, join them. If you don't want to do it by yourself, if you are afraid to go into the ghetto by yourself, find a group that goes in there and see how best we can help to alleviate the situation that we're in right now. Because crime is not located in one area. It can be anywhere. It can be at our doorstep. And it's for us to really lend our hand to alleviating it, Madam President. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I'll find a new meaning for the word brief. Permit me to just establish a couple of things about the observations we made or that I've made during the discussion. The proceeds of crime motion really, again, has attracted a lot of discussion today. But I think there are a couple of things that we need to begin to remove from our vocabulary, and we should try to avoid going into, and we do it over and over. This thing about politicizing crime, I've heard it too often. And while we say so, we just keep doing it. We reinforce the negative thing about, you know, Kenny did, I didn't, all this thing, it's coming back. And I think we need to move on from there. And so, Madam President, just to clarify a couple of things, also the notion of political interference is a very dangerous, it's a very dangerous road to tread when we begin to, you know, insinuate or suggest that we are worried about political interference in crime. In dealing with the justice system. Quite clearly, we are not a government that practices or engages in the interference of the various arms of government. The judiciary has a responsibility to deal with what this motion is proposing. We are the legislature. We come here to pass the legislation. And of course, the executive, the Minister of Finance, who in this motion is referred to, has his executive function. And I'm very confident that under the watch of our current leader and government head, that this type of behavior is not going to be engaged in. Madam President, I want to say to the leader of opposition business, I noticed he was very anxious. I don't know why his anxieties were there. In his absence, I just want to tell him that if he's sure that there's, oh, here he comes again, that if there is any reason for him to be anxious about anything as a politician, that as long as he knows that he has not committed any criminal acts or gotten involved in anything that, you know, can compromise himself, that he needs not worry, because the three arms of government are working as they should, and that the political interference thing is not is a practice of ours. Madam President, I think it was very comforting to hear a number of members of this chamber making reference to how we can contribute to the lawlessness that can exist. And I use the word lawlessness because it's not just crime. Some things that are not considered crime but are still deviant can lead to crime. And so deviant behavior and lawlessness is something that I think we all should take responsibility for. And I just want to reassure Senator Aziz, for example, that he did mention land rationalization as an option, and I agree. Just to remind him that we have embarked on that. In fact, there are some areas I will mention to him that the government has stated its intention to acquire and rationalize land so that its residents, the regular people in the country, can have land, which is a great asset in helping them to acquire wealth. In Denry North, I'm pleased to mention, my colleague senator may be interested, that's one of the areas where we have identified where we will be doing some land rationalization on behalf of the people in that constituency. Beaufort South, which and Proud has had some challenges that we need to deal with. Beaufort South, where we have some of the issues, is another area that we have highlighted. In fact, I attended a meeting just recently where we are going to do some work with PROUD and put a statutory organization in place to ensure that people from the community of Beaufort own land. Another area there will be some work done, Madam President, will be in the area of Lafargue in Choiseul. And incidentally, it is an opposition constituency. You see, we don't discriminate. We'll be doing some work in the community of Choiseul, Lafargue, and Labrie. Masque as well is another community that has been identified. We will also be on Wishbois, and again, Wishbois being in Tirochet, that's an opposition constituency, the constituency of the leader of the opposition. And there will be some work done there as well in terms of making lots available to regular persons that they would otherwise not have been able to access if they had to purchase. So I want to assure Senator Aziz that we are moving in that direction, and we will seek to do that on behalf of the people of this country. Madam President, one of the areas that we have now decided to explore, and that one is coming through the CIP, which is part of the ministry in which I am engaged. Through the CIP program, we are looking to have a housing development being included as part of the package for the CIP program. And that, we believe, will also bring a lot of relief in terms of low-cost housing. Because one of the reasons why we have that type of, those types of, I don't like to use the word, but ghettos and those types of environments is because of poor housing, poor living conditions, and people begin to, the society disintegrates, and then you have issues. So, Madam President, these are some examples of some of the initiatives that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has announced and is working towards. So I think that we need to dispel the notion that all we come to do is pass a piece of legislation to deal with these issues, and that there's a holistic approach where we are bringing in agencies, we are working along with these agencies providing funding. You would not believe, Madam President, the kinds of requests that are being made by some of those agencies that are going out there in the private sector. When they come to the government agencies, the kind of funding they are requesting, and that, of course, the support is needed to help us in this situation. And the education situation, the education issue to close, is one of those that was mentioned, I think, by Senator Aziz as well. Access to education, increased access to education, has proven to be one of the areas where you can help to increase or improve your social situation in your country. And I want to remind this chamber that our policies on increasing access to education, especially higher education, is a strategic approach to dealing with the situation of lawlessness and deviance. And just to remind us again that making devices available to children at whatever location they are in this country, whatever family line they come from, wherever they go to school, is one of those steps. Taking away the burden of facilities fees on parents is one of the other steps. And finally, the first generation scholarship initiative is one of those that is intended to provide a child who comes from a household or a family where no one in that family has been able to access higher or further or tertiary education can now access it. And that, as we know, Sir Arthur Lewis did tell us very correctly that the cure for poverty is not money, but it is knowledge. And we believe that in keeping with that mindset, that as we bring these initiatives to the table, it will help to complement what this very motion is attempting to do. And so, Madam President, having said that, I want to thank members for their contributions and look forward to the benefits of what this motion is intended to do.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to establish a special fund to be known as the Anti-Crime Initiative Fund for the purpose of providing monies to execute an anti-crime initiative, including crime prevention, law enforcement, and other measures for national security. Be it further resolved that A, the source and monies to be paid into the fund comprises 1. In relation to the Proceeds of Crime Act, CAP 3.04, A, under Section 9, cash forfeited. B, under Section 10, the proceeds of a scale of forfeited property. C, under Section 14, the proceeds of a charged order. D, under Section 17, monies paid in satisfaction of a confiscation order. 2, sums referred to under subparagraph 1 that have been paid into a bank account approved by the Accountant General in the charge of the Attorney General. B, in accordance with Section 23(2) and 3 of the Act. 1, the accounting officer administering the fund shall, within a period of 1 month after the end of the financial year, prepare, sign, and submit to the Accountant General statements showing the financial position of the fund at the end of the financial year. 2, the statements under subparagraph 1 must include A, a statement of the assets and liabilities of the fund. B, a detailed statement of receipts and payments of the fund. And C, a statement of investments and interest or dividends credited to the fund. C, Section 23(1) of the Act relating to the payment and accounting procedures applies to the fund. D, the permanent secretary of the Attorney General's chambers is the accounting officer who is responsible for administering the fund. E, the fund must be maintained unless 1, it is closed by the Minister of Finance under Section 24 of the Act, where the Minister of Finance receives a report from the Attorney General to indicate that the purpose for which the fund was established has been fulfilled or no longer exists, and in the opinion of the minister, there is no likelihood that a purpose for which the fund could lawfully be used will arise in the future. Or 2, the terms specified in this resolution for the fund has expired. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled United Nations Sanctions Counter-Proliferation Financing Amendment.
United Nations Sanctions Counter-Proliferation Financing Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of this Honorable Senate.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Crime Amendment.
Proceeds of Crime Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of the Senate.
Leader of Government Business.
And I smile this time. Madam President, I move that this House stands adjourned sine die.
You get in there. Senators, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
Well, we've come to the end of today's sitting of the Senate, and it's actually the third session of the 12th Parliament for today, the 2023-24 session of the House. And today we had, of course, when we convened today, there was the condolences, as always, and that the Madam President expressed on behalf of the families of Winston Springer, also Mrs. Bernadette George Martial, as well as former Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Ira Dovey, who have passed, and also the other announcements that the President made. But basically today the main thrust of the discussion of the sitting was to debate the motions for the borrowing in the amount of financing $32,100,000 for financing for the 2023-24 budget, as well as $433,500,000 for refinancing existing debts, and that's evoked quite a bit of debate amongst the members, as well as another subsequent motion for the proceeds of crime. It's a fund for the establishment of a fund for what is called the anti-crime fund. Generally, there was a lot of discussion on that, and of course, a lot of it very, very animated, I must say. But it was a very good session. Also, there were two bills, but were presented only for first reading. Temadi en créole, Jodia, nous commençons avec le président qui a annoncé qu'il la force Kouaï pour 3 personnes qui perdent la vie, qui mentionnait, c'est Madame Bernadette George Martial, qui travaille en affaires, ministre des Affaires étrangères, il est mort en Amérique, avec aussi M. Ira Dovey, qui était un ministre agriculture en temps passé, et aussi M. Winston Springer, qui était assis ici à Épimouin, qui était passé aussi, avec aussi, à part de ça, la tenue discussion à ce d'émotion. C'est pour prêter l'argent pour continuer le travail du gouvernement, avec aussi pour manger les affaires des pays. L'autre motion, c'était pour établir un fonds pour garder avec manger situation crime en pays, avec pour régler situation crime. La dernière discussion à ces émotions là, avec des billes qui étaient passés, ça c'est ces billes là, ça c'est une loi comme je l'ai dit, mais c'était un pour présenter à ce table là pour considération, avec pour qu'il y ait un débat à ce l'autre fois qui Sénat là qui une session. Eh bien, ça amène nous au bout de la session aujourd'hui. Je regarde merci un peu pour attention avec nous la laisse là. Oui, merci une fois encore pour rester puis nous et nous inviter pour rester puis nous et continuer quand nous vivons maintenant en studio nous. Non, c'est travailler GIS Etienne, Miguel Morissette, Win St. Rose, et puis l'autre travail GIS Etienne, nous avons dit merci un peu, avec nous avons maintenant pour studio nous.